Today is Wednesday, September 9th, 2020. This is the meeting of the City of Evanston Plan Commission. Our first order of business is determining whether we have a quorum. Ms. Jones, if you can call roll.
Sure. Commissioner Draper?
Here.
Commissioner Halleck?
Here.
Commissioner Hugo?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Linwall?
Here.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Here.
And Chair Isaac.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jones. Next order of business, we need a motion from a commissioner to suspend the rules to allow us to conduct this meeting electronically or by telephone. Do I have that motion?
I move to suspend the rules.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lindwall seconds. Again, commissioners, we're going to have to vote on everything, so we have a record of it. So, Ms. Jones, if you can call roll for that.
Commissioner Draper?
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck?
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson is not here.
I think Commissioner
Megan,
Johnson-
I just logged in.
Oh, all right, Commissioner Johnson.
Is this on the minutes?
This is to hold the meeting remotely.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Linwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
And Chair Isaac.
Yes. All right, that rules having been suspended. Next order of business is approval of the meeting minutes of our August 12th, 2020 meeting. Are there any modifications or comments with respect to the draft minutes that were circulated by the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I did notice it seems to be an error on page 12 of the minutes. The motion that failed by a 2-5 vote, it lists as 5 ayes and 2 nays. I think it needs to be the other way around.
That's a good catch. Thank you.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as corrected by Commissioner Hugo?
So moved.
All right,
Jane
thank you.
Lindwall.
Commissioner Lindwall?
Yes,
And,
I'll move that approval of the minutes as corrected.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Commissioner Draper. All right, Ms. Jones, you can call roll for the vote.
All right. Commissioner Draper?
Here. Yes.
Commissioner Halleck?
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
And Chair Isaac.
Yes. All right, the minutes are approved. Let's see. Before we begin, for the members of the public that are here, just a reminder to keep your microphones on mute until it's your turn to speak, or if I'm asking for someone for input from the public, which I will during this meeting, we can get you in and hear your comments or your questions. The purpose of the Plan Commission and the public hearing that we're having today is to gather facts and information regarding petitions. And what we do is we will provide a recommendation of either approval or denial to the City Council. So we just make recommendations, and the City Council ultimately takes the information we've gathered and makes their determination. We have two amendments, or two items on our agenda today, and the way it'll work is the staff will provide a summary presentation of what the petition is about. The petitioner will be given an opportunity to make their presentation. At that point, the public will be allowed to ask questions of the petitioner, and after that, there'll be time for comments. If you have you want to say something about the petition, for, against, or just neutral, that'll be the time for that. During that whole process, the commissioners will also be asking questions to the extent they see fit. And then we will close the public record and begin with commissioner deliberations. So with that, the first item on our agenda today is case number 20 PLND-0053. This is a text amendment for a domestic animal daycare center. Ms. Jones or Mr. Mangum, who will be presenting this?
I'll be presenting this one.
Okay, thank you.
Share my screen. Okay. So the text amendment that is before the commission this evening is regarding domestic animal daycare centers. The applicant, Sarah Lewis, submitted the text amendment application and actually provided two different options for the possible amendment. The first of which being to amend the definition of the domestic animal daycare center by increasing the number of allowable hours, and then, excuse me, amending the regulations for the RP or Research Park District to add domestic animal daycare centers as well as kennels as special uses. The second option is to, again, amend the definition for the domestic animal daycare center to include a kennel as well as the increased hours of operation, and then add that amended definition as a special use to the Research Park District. This came about because the applicant is seeking to open a domestic animal daycare center called Doctopia that will also include a kennel as an accessory use within the RP district. A little bit of background, we do have some, or just a few larger daycare or animal daycare centers within Evanston. They are Rex's Place, which is 2120 Ashland Avenue, which is in the MXC or the Mixed Use Employment District. Unleashed, which is at 1902 Greenwood Street, which is in the I-2 General Industrial District. The PetSmart, which I'm sure people are familiar with, has a built-in animal daycare center and kennel at their location on Oakton Street, and that is within the I-1 Industrial Office and the Redevelopment Overlay District. So here's a map of the Research Park District. It is the right triangle that is right smack dab in the middle of the map. The purpose of this district is as stated on the screen before you. It's to provide a regulatory framework that will assist in the development of applied research-oriented and advanced technology activities in high-quality mixed-use business park setting. The district also provides for a limited amount of assembly, processing, and distribution uses along with related support activities. So to get a little bit more into the details of what the proposed amendment would be, for the first alternative here, I'm displaying the current definition of the domestic animal daycare center and just changing the allowable hours from 12 hours within a 24-hour period to 14 hours within that 24-hour period. And then in section 612.2.3, we will be adding the daycare center, domestic animal, and kennel to the special uses for the RP district. That's alternative one. The second alternative, using that same existing definition, would change the allowable hours within 24 hours or within a 24-hour period, but then also permit the use of essentially a kennel, providing for overnight stays of domestic animals. And that amended definition would then be added to the special uses for the RP district. As is the case for all of our text amendments, these are the standards for approval of a text amendment. We can go through those in a little bit more detail once we get into deliberation. And that actually concludes my presentation. I can be available for questions, or we can move on to the applicant.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Jones at this time?
Yeah, I have a question. What is really the major difference between the two alternatives? They seem similar to me.
They actually are similar. The main difference is within allowing the use of a kennel. So if we go through with the first alternative, we would not be able to permit the overnight stay of an animal at the site. So at closing time, all the animals would have to leave the premises. For the second alternative, that would allow animals to stay overnight, essentially permit a kennel.
All right.
And you'd have animals on the premises 24 hours, essentially.
But in the first option, a kennel would be a special use, so it's still possible.
Right, it would still be possible. It would just be two different uses, separated uses.
Are there any structural issues for the zoning code? It seems like one of the options would be kind of combining both a daycare center and a kennel into one definition. Would that be problematic for other for other issues or other areas in the city and with the code?
It could be. It would essentially be a bit redundant, as we have a definition for a kennel already that's existing. This would be incorporating an existing definition into another existing definition. And I don't believe every single animal daycare center actually has a kennel within it. But it could possibly create some issues, as I don't believe each of the uses is permitted in exactly the same districts.
On that, I have a question, because we're doing the text amendment for RP district. So if we change the text amendment, it's just for the RP district, or is it for the whole zoning code? Because it seems like it would be funny to have it different in this district.
Well, if it's two-part, if we're changing the definition, that would be just the general definition
Okay. Yeah.
for whatever district happens to be using an animal daycare center. The more specific listing as a special use, that is specific to the RP district.
Okay.
And are the 2 or 3 daycare centers or kennels that you listed earlier in your presentation, are they the only daycare centers or kennels currently located in the city of Evanston?
Those are the larger ones. I did double check with our economic development division. There are some smaller, more home-based operations, but that's a significantly smaller operation than having a dozen or several dozen animals on premises. Those would only be maybe 3 or 4 animals at a time.
The three that you
either of these
mentioned, do
uses,
they all have?
Go ahead.
Do the 3 that you mentioned, do they all have kennels?
I believe each of them does.
Okay.
Is a daycare center or kennel a special use in every zoning district? Or is it a permitted use in any zoning district? Or is it always a special where permitted or where allowed?
I believe it is a special use where it is allowed in all districts, so I have to double check and look that up.
We move forward with a text amendment today. The applicant still has to go through the special use process.
That's correct.
Commissioners, any other questions at this time, or should we hear from the applicant?
I just had, again, Commissioner Halleck's question. What is the difference between the two options again?
The main difference
I mean, you
is
seem to get to the same result just using different definitional.
right. I think
In practice, what's the
the
difference
longer
between the two?
term, right? The longer term implications could be different. The main difference is within changing the definition, we'd also be allowing a kennel within a daycare center. So it seems like a relatively minor change if we have a daycare center and kennel that are both already allowed within a specific district. But if you have an area that may have different permitted uses or special uses, that could cause some issues.
So to summarize, in both alternatives, we're changing, or the request is to change it from 12 hours to 14 hours.
Right.
And in one alternative, that's alternative 2, the prohibition on overnight stays would be removed. So that would
Correct.
would effectively make it a daycare center and a kennel.
Correct.
Okay.
And under
So
one,
alternative 1,
you can only have a kennel or a day.
yeah. So right now you'd have to get a special use for both a daycare center and a kennel, right? You could get them at the
Right.
same time. You'd have to apply for them at the same time, but obviously there's some different considerations with animals staying overnight. But if we were to go alternative 2, that would be that'd be you get a daycare center special use. You can effectively operate a kennel as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Under 2, if you want to just operate a kennel, you would then get a daycare center domestic, which would then, how do you get a kennel on 2? How do you do just
Well,
kennel under 2?
I think the definition of kennel is still in the ordinance, or at least still under alternative 2. It wouldn't be deleted, at least not
Right.
as currently constituted. So someone could go in and get a special use just for a kennel, but I think effectively you're on the right track, Commissioner Huko, that someone looking at this would say under alternative 2, why not just get a domestic daycare special use, and then you can do both.
Commissioners and Chair Isaac, just to follow up on the previous question, I did just confirm that in all the zoning districts where these 2 uses are allowed, they are allowed as a special use. So there is no zoning district where these are permitted uses.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bean. All right, let's hear from the applicant.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Nicole Dino. I am counsel for the applicant. With me tonight, I've got Sarah Lewis and Carrie Lewis, who will both be the owner applicants of Dogtopia of North Shore, LLC. I've got expert witnesses, George Kissel and Mary Lindberger. And then also from Dogtopia Corporate, I have Kathy Holter, who's the VP of New Center Development, Lisa Gabo, who's the Director of Design, and Tracy Cross, who's the Director of New Franchisee Support. As briefly discussed, we are also seeking a special use simultaneously with the hope that the text amendment is approved. The proposed site is going to be at 900 Clark Street, and it's going to be an over 5,000 square foot space and will be built as a self-contained facility to care for dogs. The property will be leased for an initial 10-year period with 2 5-year renewal options. Given the required finishes and the advanced design requirements to control sound and odor, the build out of the space will cost approximately $750,000. I believe that you are all in receipt of the petition. And within the petition, we've got 2 expert reports from George Kissel and Mary Lindberger. We've got a diagram of the type of wall which will be used for Dogtopia to help control sound. We have requirements for odor reduction. We have the waste management plan. We have a parking summary. We also have a letter from the landlord in support of the text amendment as well as the special use. And then we've got 6 letters from the community that we were able to submit as well. I'd now like to introduce you to Sarah Lewis, who will be the owner operator of Dogtopia. Sarah, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes.
Okay,
Hi.
great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm Sarah Lewis, SARAHLEWIS.
And Sarah, can you tell the commission about your Dogtopia journey and why you're choosing Evanston for Dogtopia's newest location?
Yes, so my husband and I have been Evanston residents for probably close to 20 years now, with the exception of the last few years we spent out in San Diego due to Carrie's work. And when we were out in San Diego, we ended up getting a puppy dog, Murphy, our Australian Labradoodle. And we really, before coming back to Evanston last year, which is where, we wanted to spend our time because we really love this community. But when we were out there in California, our trainer recommended that we take Murphy to a dog daycare. And she really recommended this one place called Dogtopia. And I was absolutely pretty much blown away from the get-go with this operation. The staff was fantastic, the safety protocols, cleanliness, and they had webcams available in each of the playrooms. So that way I could really check on Murphy whenever I dropped her off and throughout the day if I wanted to. And it was really neat because Murphy really anticipated going to Dogtopia. She knew the name, and we pretty much had to say goodbye to her in the car because once we dropped her off, there was no looking back at us. She pretty much jetted inside, and the staff knew her by name. It was really neat. So once we came back to our home in Evanston, we really wanted to find a similar type place, sophisticated, modern type style daycare in our community, close to home. And we were having a hard time finding something like that. Something that I really enjoyed finding out about Dogtopia when I was out there going to the San Diego location was that they had credentialed training courses for all of the employees. And that was important to me as a pet parent. And now as an owner, I find that that's really important. And since Dogtopia's business is concentrated in retail and urban sites, there are well-defined, just like Nicole mentioned, there are well-defined noise and odor control rules with really rigid specifications. And this is really important when it comes to being a good neighbor. And that's very important to me. So when Carrie and I started talking about this opportunity in terms of being a Dogtopia franchisee, we realized that downtown Evanston didn't have a dog care store, and that sort of thing can really fit easily into a pet parent's daily routine. Given that the downtown area is densely populated with a concentration of condo high-rises and apartment living, and so many people owning dogs, we really are confident that a Dogtopia store will really fit right in and exceed and delight pet parents and their pups. So Carrie and I spent a lot of time talking about this and making this decision. This is not something that comes lightly. This is a big investment for us. But we are absolutely thrilled to have invested in this opportunity for ourselves and for our community. I will be the primary operator of this venture, and I'll be on site most days. But behind me, I will have a ton of support. The Dogtopia support office is fantastic. I have been working very closely with the people that Nicole introduced on the call, Kathy, Tracy, Lisa, and there's so many other people that are behind us. We have a canine behaviorist, environmental biologist, veterinarian, and so many other people as well. The CEO, Neil, has been sending us out near daily communications since the pandemic hit in mid-March. So we're really on the forefront of information, and we all work so well together. Something that has been really important to me is that Doctopia has a foundation, and they have 3 initiatives. And one that really is pertinent, specifically for Evanston, is the employment of adults with autism. Doctopia is committed to doing our part of lowering the rate of unemployment by providing employment opportunities in our daycare centers. When we're able to give these opportunities, these individuals can really provide a unique perspective and understanding to the work environment. So I've been talking with Evanston's Have Dreams organization, and we're so anxious to collaborate with them. It's actually pretty amazing. The alignment of their workforce training program and our employee hiring program, which is customized for workers with autism, is pretty remarkable, and we really cannot wait to get started on this. So my husband and I are so excited to bring this to Evanston, to our neighborhood, to be a good neighbor and really contribute to the longevity and the success of the downtown area. So thank you so much for your time, and I will turn it back over to Nicole.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I just want to speak with one of our experts, George, a bit regarding the standards and his review and research and report regarding Dogtopia and specifically the text amendment. George, are you available?
You may be on mute, George. If you're on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hey, George. Thank you.
Sure.
George, please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure. My name is George Kissel. The last name is spelled K-I-S-I-E-L.
Perfect. And is Exhibit B of the memorandum in support of the application for the text amendment, does that contain your report that you prepared?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Please summarize your educational and professional background.
Sure. I have a 5-year Bachelor of Architecture degree from University of Illinois, Chicago, and a Master's of Urban Planning and Policy from the same institution. I'm a licensed architect and a certified planner with over 35 years of experience in planning and zoning matters. I've been accepted as an expert in planning and zoning in the courts of Cook, DuPage, Lake, and Will counties, and I've testified numerous times before administrative boards throughout the region, including this body, Evanston Plan Commission, as well as Evanston City Council.
Thank you. And what was your assignment in this case?
I was charged with evaluating the proposed text amendment and special use with respect to the standards from section 6345, which is the standards for amendments, and section 63510, which are the standards for special uses that are contained in the Evanston zoning ordinance.
Thank you. And did you familiarize yourself with the subject property and surrounding area?
Yes, I did.
And are these included in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And did you familiarize yourself with the applicant and the application?
Yes.
And these are also included in your report?
Yes, they are.
Did you familiarize yourself with the proposed text amendment and special use?
Yes, I did.
And did you familiarize yourself with the land use context?
Yes, I did.
Can you summarize the land use context for us?
Sure. We know the subject property is located in downtown Evanston, which is a moderate to high density mixed use area with great transit access, consisting of high-rise residential office and office uses with commercial retail, service, and entertainment uses intermingled. The specific location of the proposal is at the northern end of the Church Street Plaza building. The structure contains the Century 12 and Cineart 6 movie theater, along with a range of other ground floor commercial uses along Maple Avenue and Clark Street, including restaurants, retail, and personal services. Church Street Plaza is basically the heart of the downtown entertainment district. Immediately across the street to the north is a Northwestern University Center for Public Safety facility. Just to the west is the 1,400 car public parking garage. Just to the north of that is a Hilton Garden Inn. The adjacent tenant in the Church Street Plaza is a Chili's restaurant.
Thank you. In your report, did you express your opinions with respect to various text amendment standards and the basis for your opinions?
Yes, I did.
And are those opinions contained on pages 5 through 9 of your report?
Yes, they are.
Based on those opinions, did you reach the following conclusions? That the proposed use satisfies the criteria for review of text amendment applications contained in section 6.3, perfect.
Sorry.
Is the proposed amendment consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive general plan?
Yes, it is.
In what ways is the proposed amendment compatible with the overall character of the existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property?
Well, the proposed amendment will allow a commercial service use in a district that certainly permits other similar uses. The proposed use is most similar to adult and child daycare, both of which are listed as permitted uses in the RP district. Also permitted are retail uses and retail service uses. The proposed amendment would allow a similar use, but only after evaluation according to the standards for special uses that are contained in the Evanston zoning ordinance, and only after consideration and recommendation by the Evanston Plan Commission and consideration by the Evanston City Council. With respect to the specific proposed location of the domestic animal day care center, it's proposed for a vacant tennis space in the Church Street Plaza, which has been vacant since 2013, according to the owner of the building. And we know the building houses movie theaters, restaurants, retail, and service uses. The proposed use is compatible with the other nearby commercial institutional uses in terms of hours of operation, traffic generation, external impacts, and given adequate planning to mitigate any noise or odor. Given all of that, the proposed text amendment would allow a use that's compatible with the overall character of existing development in general throughout the RP district and its specific location in the Church Street Plaza building.
And is the proposed text amendment, that the proposed text amendment will have no adverse effect on values of adjacent properties? Is that true?
That's true. There's nothing about the land use attributes of it that would cause any negative impact.
And there are going to be no major changes required to the existing public facilities. Is that correct?
That's correct. Its demands are modest.
Thank you. Commissioners, that is all we have for our presentation. Obviously, we have numerous individuals on the phone between our two experts, the owner operators and the Dogtopia corporate team to field any sort of questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Daniel. At this time, commissioners, before we open it up to members of the public, do you have any questions for the applicant or for staff?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Isaac. I had a question for the proposed future owner. In looking at the site, what's the plan for outdoor activity space for the dogs, as far as locating that, or is this all an indoor only operation?
It's completely self-contained.
So there's no outdoor what
That's correct. This is an urban store, and so there's no outdoor.
Okay.
Yep.
It is a self-contained facility with numerous separate rooms. I know that it's difficult to to understand that that concept, because you're like, they're dogs, they go outside, they go for walks, but it is completely self-contained. And I think Kathy from Dogtopia might have some more insight on that. You can expand.
Yes, I definitely can. Hi, I'm Kathy Halter, Kathyhalter, from Dogtopia Corporate. We have about 140 locations across the US and Canada, and probably half of our locations have outdoor play, and the other half do not have outdoor play. We create an environment indoors that replicates a space that our dogs can, and our pet parents' pups can play in, an environment with rubber floors that help with the for their joints, creating a safe space for them to run and play, and indoor equipment, plenty of space to run, and most notably, a very intricate HVAC system that exhausts the air at a rate that brings in about 90% outdoor air every 10 minutes. So the space itself is very conducive to the dog's play. The canine coaches create an environment of fun, keeping the dogs moving and having a good time, plenty of room to run and play. They'll do bacon bubbles with them. They'll do follow the leader. They'll have them do agility items going up and down the play equipment, and hanging out with with their pals. They even have nap time. I heard one of the commissioners, I think, or actually I think it was Nicole, say that it was very similar to daycare, do a daycare model for children, and it is. It's daycare with fur for the pet parents, and so the dogs are very safely inside. They have an opportunity to play in there in a very safe environment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners?
Yeah, Chair Isaac, I do have a question.
Please,
I'm not sure who wants to address this, but I noticed in your package you referenced 2 other Dogtopias, one in, I guess, Oak Brook Terrace and one in Elgin, one on Roosevelt Road and one on Randall, both of which are pretty busy streets, but also wide streets. So I'm curious as to whether you think the location in Evanston can handle some of the drop-off traffic that might come with this. And then the second question is, I noticed both those locations had hours from 7 to 7. Can you explain a little bit why you feel you need expanded hours at the Evanston location?
I'll let Sarah take that one, and then I'll round back if there's a little additional information. I know she's got some good news this week that she'd like to share with you, I'm sure.
Sure, I can talk a little bit about the hours first. We would like to go with 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. I think mostly due to commuting. We would really like to cater to some business commuters. That way we don't, that way we can really capture what people's true hours are. If they need to get, whether it is downtown or to other suburbs. And so we can really capture our customers and what they really need. 7 a.m. might not really capture that. So that's why we really wanted 6:30 a.m. To 7 p.m. So that was really for that. For as far as the parking or pickup drop off, we did receive some good news this week, and it was captured, I believe, in the traffic or parking memo. And the parking manager in Evanston has agreed, or is agreeable to changing out the spots in front to 30-minute parking spots. So we'll have quicker turnover in those spaces. We also have 2 spaces in the alley that the landlord is providing for us for pickup and drop off. We also understand that we have the Maple Avenue parking garage for parking as well. The first hour is free. We will encourage our customers to park there, at least for for our meet and greet appointments and for that. There's plenty of other parking available. We do have a smartphone application where the pet parents, for pickup or drop off, they can schedule their pickup or drop off 10, 15, 20 minutes in advance, and we can have their dog ready immediately, or pick it up from their car, pick the dog up from the car. So it's very streamlined. This is a very quick operation, so it's a minute to handle that. And Kathy can actually explain that a little better probably than I can.
Yeah, the app is pretty interesting. We keep searching for silver linings in this pandemic, and one of them is it's created an opportunity for us to create a bit more of an efficient model and use technology to our advantage. We already had the app for our pet parents to use as they would view on the webcams their pups during the day, and they would be able to send messages to their canine coaches, and the canine coaches would be able to send pictures back to the pet parents and tell them how their pup was doing during the day. Well, now we've been able to modify that feature so that pet parents can have a touchless drop off and pick up, so that as we're masking and people are trying to continue to social distance, they can pull their pup up, have their pup in the back seat. The canine coach can come out and get the dog out of the back with the slip lead that we have, and safely take them inside without any challenges, and in a very safe manner from a health and safety standpoint, and as well to be able to mitigate some of the traffic that you might be worried about. So we found it to be really exceptional. Our pet parents are really thrilled with it. As Sarah said, the initial meeting, that meet and greet, when we do an assessment of the dog and make sure that the dog and the pet parent have expectations and that the dog is able to have safe indoor play with a group of other dogs, that takes a little bit longer. So that will be a time when they'll need to park and they'll come in and meet with the team, and the dog will meet with the canine coaches to be able to go through that assessment time. And so they will need to park in that parking garage, and it'll take probably that hour that they'll have. But once that's done, their regular drop off and pickup is, again, similar to children's daycare, where you'll drop off and pick up, you know who your canine coach is, you know where your pup's going, and you just use your app and pull up and your pup can come in. And so it will be pretty much streamlined from that standpoint.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, let's.
Mr. Chairman, I have additional
please,
question.
you go.
How many consecutive overnights? Is there a limit on how many overnights consecutively you can have for a dog?
I'll take that question then. Sarah, feel free to lean in if you'd like. So typically, most of our pet parents will bring their pups when they're on vacation for an overnight. Sarah did answer an earlier question regarding the timing. Sometimes for the day, sometimes pet parents will be either essential workers or work a 12-hour shift, maybe in a medical field or something, and so they need to stay a longer period of time, and sometimes will choose to leave the pet either overnight, or if they have the extended drop off or pickup hours, they can drop off or pick up if they're going to be there for 13 or 14 hours, including that commute. But typically it's a week, sometimes it's 2 weeks, that a pet parent would leave a pup on an extended vacation. And about 20 to 25% of our business is that daycare or is that overnight boarding. But that's really for our daycare dogs. So they're a part of the pack. They're a fun place to go during the day, and so we have a pretty steadfast rule that we have 3 plays before you stay in our location. So that means that your pet and the pet parent already have an established relationship with the location before the pups stay there, and they're really there as an extension of their daycare services. Overnight boarding. We don't have dogs that will stay there because they, don't have a home, or because a pet parent needs, is going on a long extended vacation. We don't have pups for a month that would stay there. It's just for vacation for our daycare parents. I hope that answered your question.
But technically, under the amendment, there would be no formal limitation. If you so choose to, you could keep a dog for 2 months if you wanted. I guess would be a technical question to Ms. Jones or Mr. Magnin.
That's correct, Commissioner. We do not have a maximum occupancy or stay limit. Like some hotels would have 30 days or less for transient. There's nothing similar for dog kennels. And also, just I think these are all excellent questions. Just to inform the Commission and folks listening about the process here, the applicant has also applied for a special use permit to operate in this specific location, and the Zoning Board of Appeals and the City Council will be considering those special use permit requests. And so a lot of those nitty gritty details about the operations will come out through that hearing as part of the public record. So don't feel that you have to ask questions about all the particular operations of this specific operator. But to the extent that they're applicable to any dog operator that would be within the Research Park District, they're good questions to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Mangum. All right, any other questions from the Commission? All right, let's, is there? No, okay. Is there any, I don't think anyone signed up for this, no one signed up ahead of time to ask any questions from the public, but if there's someone that's on the call that would like to,
I would like to ask several questions.
All right, can you please state your name, please?
Okay, my name is Tina Payden, P-A-D-E-N, and I'm at 1122 Emerson Street in the RP district.
Thank you, Ms. Hayden.
Okay, so if this facility, the dogs are being kept inside at all times, where do they use the bathroom and how do you dispose of the waste?
Kathy or Lisa, are you available to address those questions?
I am. Yes, the location will have designated areas for the dogs to eliminate. There's of course times when they will not eliminate in those designated areas, but we have a very strict cleaning protocol. We have also a designation, Heroes for Healthy Pets, through Merck, which is the company that we use for our bioenzymatic cleaner that cleans the location and that our canine coaches use each time a dog does eliminate. The solid waste is double bagged, which means it's picked up immediately with a bag tied and then put into an additional garbage that's taken out at regular intervals. We don't have smell issues because of the bioenzymatic cleaner. It's safe for dogs' paws, and it's safe for the rubber floors that we use, easily cleaned up, and keeps the location smelling really fresh. We also reseal the floors annually so that we can maintain that fresh smelling location. So the elimination is immediate. The long-term maintenance is taken care of, the training for the staff and for Sarah's team so that they can keep the space safe and smelling great and keep the dogs in an environment where they are enjoying the space that they're in is all taken care of, and very much the protocol that's used in 140 locations across the US.
Thanks,
Okay.
Kathy.
My next question is, how many dogs are allowed in the kennel at one time, and how many people work there at one time?
Each location is designed based on the size and temperament of the dogs. Each room, we have multiple playrooms, and we separate the dogs by size and temperament. When we do that assessment that I mentioned earlier, we determine which room the dog would be most likely to fit best in. When they're playing in that room, there's more space for the larger dogs and smaller space for the smaller dogs. They do have free room to roam, and then they have crates. Many of you here probably have a pup at your house, and when that pup was younger, you might have crate trained that pup with a crate to have a safe space for them to be, and then they would come out of that safe space and play, and when it was time for them to rest again or to be in that space, you put them back in that home style crate. It's the same system that we use in Dogtopia. So very much like home, the pups then go into their home style crate for their nap time during the day, and also for their overnight stay. Our team in the stores, we have a minimum of one canine coach per room, plus a rover that moves within those. And then we also have ancillary staff that are available to assist and to help. As the pups in those rooms, as the numbers increase, we'll add additional canine coaches. We also said earlier that we do have video monitoring. So we have the management team there that's also helping, that is able to monitor the locations as well. And most importantly, as I said, we have really talented canine coaches, but we continually train them. So we have about 60 modules, training modules for them. They have on-site training, about 2 weeks of on-site training with our staff before they open. And then Sarah and her team will also have up to 4 weeks of on-site training in another location, as well as university and MBA, and then online training that can happen as well. So very strong system to make sure that we have plenty of canine coaches, to make sure that scuffles are handled in a way that there's no issues, and that pups have a great time and can play safely in the environment that we have for them.
Okay, well, that kind of really didn't answer my question. I wanted to know, at this facility, the maximum amount of dogs that are allowed at one time, and how many people at one time will be working for this location?
Ms.
So
Halter,
Kathy,
you have that information?
so we don't have an exact, sorry, we don't have an exact number at this point. Based on the size of the dog, it's a certain square footage. And so depending on an exact build out space, that will determine the amount of dogs that are available to be in the property. So for example, a larger size dog might require, requires more square footage. And so depending on how those numbers shake out, that's going to be the amount of dogs at the property. So it's not an unlimited number of pups. Kathy, I'm not sure if you have those square footage numbers based on size. Or Sarah?
Yes, we require, you're talking about the square footage for small dogs versus medium dogs?
Yes, exactly.
We require 21 square feet per small dog, 32 square feet for medium dog, and 42 square feet for large dogs. And so that is what it, so it depends how many dogs we have in the facility. And so it's very strategic. I mean, we actually track based upon the dogs that are in the facility, the size of the dog, and how many more dogs that we can actually bring into the store.
Okay, well, you said that your place is 5,000 square feet. So at any one time, just kind of throw out a number. Is it 20 dogs that possibly, or 30 dogs? What would be the maximum amount of dogs at one time? And how many people would be caring for them?
Within a few years, it will be over 100, but it will take a few years to get up to that point because it takes a while to actually ramp up. So our first year, we would hope to start at 40 dogs and get up higher.
Mm-hmm. Each of those playrooms, as I said, it'll be separated by in 3 playrooms. Toy box dogs, which are the small ones, Romper are the medium, and Jim, which are the larger dogs. Each of those rooms will have somewhere between 20 to 30 dogs in them at any given time. If there's ever more than 20 dogs in the room, there'll be an additional canine coach in that room with them. If there's less than, there's always, we never, ever, ever leave a dog unattended in the room. So unless they're in their crate and taking their nap. So it's a very, as I said, very clear process, safe locations, and a lot of training for the team so that they can handle the dogs in play, and they have a good time. They're playing in there.
Ms. Lewis, the other half of Ms. Payton's question was how many employees are going to be?
Right.
Let's just for because this is somewhat hypothetical. Let's say when you ramp up and you've got about 100 dogs in there, how many employees would you anticipate having at that time?
Well, we will have at least 18 total employees. They might not be on site at the same time, but we will always have, I would anticipate always having 9 employees on site during the day.
Okay, thank you.
But we anticipate having at least 18 employees hired on day 1.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Is there anyone else from the?
I still have a few more questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Payton, please.
Okay. So the pricing, what is the price here for this, for if I wanted to bring my dog, what is the price range if I have a small dog?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Payton, but
you just want, okay, I'll ask a different question.
No, just give me 1 second. I'll get right back to you. But Mr. Mangum, a quick question for you. You said that this was going before the Zoning Board of Appeals with respect to the special use. it seems like Ms. Payton's questions are more directed at at this specific proposal as it's going to be constituted within the research park. And I'm wondering, are her questions better asked and answered and sort of like going to help the conversation in those meetings versus this one?
That's correct. The Zoning Board of Appeals will be looking at this item on Tuesday, September 15th, so next week. And that is the board that looks at the special use and compares the standards. They look at the hours of operation, number of employees, parking, all those very detailed operations, and make a recommendation to City Council based on those. So I think that would be the most effective venue to inquire about those questions.
Well, I still want to ask my questions. I received a public notice.
Yes, no, please.
And
I
I
just
need
wanted
to, because then when I get to the next meeting, they'll tell me that I can't ask the question there.
No
So
problem. Go right
if
ahead.
I'll ask another question. So are you asking the city of Evanston for any money or any grants? How do you plan on paying for this?
No.
No, we are not.
And what do you say if you're approved? What is your timeline for a build out?
We're hoping for 3 to 4 months after permitting.
And how are you planning on running your business during COVID? So that means when the people drop off their pets, it sounds like 40 to 100 dogs is a lot of dogs, and you're bringing in a lot of people, and are you taking temperatures? How do you make sure the dog is safe and that there's no transmission from one person to the next? That's a lot of dogs. I could imagine my house is like 4,000 square feet, and if I have 100 dogs in here at one time, that just sounds like a lot. So during COVID especially, what do you think that your operation will run like during this time?
I'll go ahead and answer that, Tina, and then Sarah, feel free to weigh in as well. We're using the protocols from the CDC for all of our staff members, 100% across all of our locations. As I mentioned earlier, we have this contactless ability now through our app to take the pup right out of the car so that the pet parent doesn't have to come in and bring any COVID exposure into the location. So all of our staff are masked, PPE, we do proper hand washing protocols, and we have all of our staff members do all of the temperature checks and what have you before they come to work and when they're at work. So we have excellent protocols there. The dogs themselves, we use a bioenzymatic cleaner that is safe and that does kill all those germs. And I also mentioned earlier that our HVAC system pulls in outdoor air at a much higher rate so that we meet the kennel code for that. We also have sterile air emitters inside of our HVAC units that use ultraviolet light to kill any pathogens that come through that air that comes through the HVAC unit. So as you can imagine, we've been locations safe and keeping our pups safe. And then the most important step that Sarah and her team will take is that every dog is assessed before they come in. They are required to provide all of their medical records from their vet, that they're up to date on all of their shots and vaccinations. That's then Sarah and her team so that they can make sure that the pup that's coming in is coming in healthy. And then, as I said, we do a physical as well as I said, it into the pack. So they'll come in for a meet and greet and be assessed after all of those other protocols are taken care of.
Okay, I just have another question. So say that you have some dogs spending the night or several nights or weeks or whatever it is. the employees, will there be employees there at night? There was just a story not too long ago that had a kennel and they didn't have anybody or a sufficient number of persons, and the dogs all died and burned in the fire. So how will you address this situation if there was an emergency at your facility at the nighttime?
There will not, oh, sorry. There will not be employees. I'm getting some feedback, I apologize. There will not be employees there the entire night. We will have employees there until about 10 or 10:30 at night. We have a different schedule for the boarding dogs. And then the employee arrives back in the morning around 5 or 5:30 in the morning before the daycare schedule starts for the normal daycare dogs. We will have a sophisticated security system where the owner operator, myself, my husband, as well as the general manager will be alerted if there is anything that occurs. There will be motion detectors in all places in the store, outside, including the playrooms, but obviously that won't be activated because of the dogs at night, because they might move around and alert that. And so I would be alerted if anything occurred, and I live less than 10 minutes away. But Kathy can also speak to this as well.
Yes, of course, we'll also meet all code requirements, building code requirements, and the location will be monitored for fire. So if that was to happen, we would be fully monitored. I believe I know the situation that you're speaking of, and I don't believe that location was monitored, which I think is a very different situation. We also have the ability on the owner's phone to see the change in temperature even. So right down to the temperature in each of the playrooms, and to be alerted if it goes above or below a certain temperature, so that we can even know things as simple as if our heat is raised, or if the temperature or one of our air conditioning units or heating units shuts down. Sarah and her team will be alerted to that. So all kinds of monitoring, and as we said, video monitoring as well. So it's a very sophisticated system.
Thank you. Ms. Payton, any more questions?
Okay, thank you. Right now, I'll pass to someone else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any other members of the public have any questions to ask? All right, hearing none. Are there any comments with respect to this application from the public?
I have a comment.
Ms. Payton, please.
Yes. So I'm not opposed and I'm not for. I'm kind of on the fence. I just had not heard of any facility that didn't go outside, but that's okay. I'm alarmed at the number of 100 dogs in one place at one time. That's a lot of dogs. 40 dogs is a lot of dogs. And you're saying you have 18 staff, but not 18 staff at one time. And that's a very alarming number of dogs at one time, and doesn't seem like enough staff members to handle that many dogs at one time. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Payton. The Plan Commission recently changed their rules, and at this point, I want to inform everyone that if someone has heard testimony today that they wish to rebut in some way and want to request a continuance, they can do so if they say they have an objection or would like to rebut some of the testimony they've heard, and explain which testimony they intend to rebut. And at that point, we would determine the date for our for the continuance of this matter. So, if there's a member of the public that would like to request a continuance, now would be the time to make that request. All right, hearing none, we will move on to, we will close the public record and move on to commissioner deliberation. I actually had a question for staff. The changes we're making, we're being given two alternatives as to the modification of definition, but it looks like we're adding these special uses to the research park, and I wanted to know what information staff could provide us with respect to the inclusion of of this type of business in a research park zoning area.
We haven't looked too deeply into this type of use within a research park type of use. We, for the most part, kept it looking at Evanston and our research park and what the uses are currently within the district, as well as what the intended uses within the district were. So there hasn't been too much research with regards to other areas that may have a research park and if they would permit this type of use within it.
I'm trying to rack my brain. I don't know that there are really any research park or quote unquote research park uses that I can think of in this zoning district, in our specific zoning district that we're talking about here. Mostly retail.
There are some office, there are some office uses, and I believe like medical office use within the district. But you are correct that there are a variety of uses that are currently within the district.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Any comments or questions from the commission? Anything you guys want to bring up, Commissioner Lindwall? Oh, you're on mute, Commissioner Lindwall.
Sorry about that. Just going back to your question about the research park zoning district, I think is what the applicant had in the planning report, and the research park designation was something that was enacted back in the 70s, I think, maybe early 80s, when the city thought that the whole area would be essentially a research park district. And over time, that whole notion really has transformed with the addition of the theaters, the residential buildings, the parking garage, and a number of other developments. So I think that it's really, per the 2009 downtown plan, this really is an obsolete zoning district. So I think that you kind of need to look at whether or not this use is appropriate in just the downtown generally.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than focus on just, the research function and the definition of the research district.
Yeah, no, I agree. This use would not be out of place in this zoning district. But the question needed to be asked as far as this being a research park, I wanted to know if I was mistaken, that I was missing a whole bunch of, research park uses. And I don't think there really are many, at least at ground level, which is which is
Not
really what we're talking about.
anymore. E2, the E2 development really replaced the one of the research buildings.
Sure, yeah.
Years ago. So I think there are some, but not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you really kind of need to look at this as a downtown mixed use kind of environment and district.
And it is going into the Church Street Plaza, which is, retail and entertainment building.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the commission? All right. Let's go to the standards. Ms. Jones, can you pop them up on our screen?
Sure.
Which alternative are we going with? I think is the other question.
Well, that's that'll be determined by motion and vote, I guess. I mean, do you have a preference?
I could go either way. I think that the second alternative, where you're essentially combining the domestic animal daycare and a kennel, certainly kind of almost suggests that we don't need a kennel definition anymore. So I think the first alternative would probably be, in some ways, the simplest, where you're just extending the hours on the domestic animal daycare center and then providing both the daycare center and the kennel as special uses.
Yeah, I think I myself am leaning towards alternative one. I'm just, part of me, there's a concern of unintended consequences if there are special uses out there, people that have a special use license for a daycare that could now operate a kennel. We don't really have the information on that, and I think that it would probably be prudent, at least in my opinion, to if we're going to make a change, make the change for the just for the definition. And well, I guess you can even split this up into a number of parts, right? There's the changing of the definition, which is moving from 12 to 14 hours. There's the adding daycare and kennel to the research park definition. That's number 2. And then number 3 is whether you ultimately add kennel, the kennel component to the daycare definition. So there's really like three parts to this. Yeah, okay.
Is that just the question? So if we were to go with option 1, where we bifurcated, got a daycare center and a kennel, and if you just want to do daycare, you apply for that special use. If you want to add kenneling or just do kenneling, and if you wanted to run both, you'd have to apply presumably for 2 special uses. And would that be the intention of the applicant if option 1 were adopted? They would be applying
My understanding
2
is that
special uses.
My understanding is the applicant has applied for both already.
Already, all right. So,
Ms. Daniel, can you confirm that, please?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't sure if I could speak or not. So what we've done is, when we were looking at the definitions of the kennel and the animal daycare, neither of those definitions fit what we wanted to do, because we wanted the extended hours for a 14-hour period, given the 6:30 to 7 o'clock time frame. And then there was no overnight stay allowed in the animal daycare center. And so by modifying the definition to include the 14-hour time frame and the overnight provision, that accomplished both. So our special use application has the modified definition of the animal daycare center, or in the alternative, if the planning commission and the city council didn't like that text amendment, we had the kennels as a backup. Our fear with kennels, just applying for kennels was this connotation behind kennels, right? Of dogs running around and it not being exactly what Dogtopia stands for. And so we feared that we might get pushback for the kennel provision under special use. So that was our thought process behind all of it, because we needed the 14-hour time frame for those people that work and need to drop off and work longer hours. But then we also needed the overnight component on the occasion that someone needed, that benefit as well. And I think Kathy, sorry, go ahead.
So I'm sorry, I thought you were done, but so effectively, if we approved alternative 1, you would not be seeking a special use for a daycare. You'd just be going for a kennel. Did I hear that correctly?
Sorry, I have to look up the definition of kennel again, just to make sure that I'm representing this correctly.
Because alternative 1, I mean, I understand that the one of the things that you need is you need kennel and daycare center added as special uses within the district. So that's sort of imperative for you. But with alternative 1, you'd be just seeking a special use permit, whereas under alternative 2, you'd only be seeking a daycare permit. Is that a fair summary? Or are you still going to need both?
So I think we're still going to need both, because we have to have the overnight component. The overnight component only makes up about 20 to 25% of the stays, but we still need that benefit for pet owners, as well as to make the business honestly profitable.
If you have kennel,
You can do day.
doesn't the daytime component already isn't that already like part of it, because it's a kennel? So overnight stays are allowed. It's a 24-hour operation, right? That's
yes.
Correct.
Okay. So if we were to go with alternative 1, I mean, I guess to simplify this, right? All you really need in order to operate your business is kennel being added to Research Park, and 2, your kennel special use permit.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So I have another clarifying question. So is the intent right now is the application for two special uses with respect to this, a kennel and then this amended?
The special use is not before us.
No, I know that, but I'm just.
Yeah, so they've applied for a special use, and that's going to be before the Zoning Board of Appeals. But in order for the Zoning Board of Appeals to even consider it, they're going to need to a kennel or daycare center needs to be included as a special use, a allowable special use within the the Research Park zoning district, which they're looking to put their business.
Right, I understand that. So,
Okay.
so I guess the question is whether or not we could just add kennel to the Research Park definition and solve the problem, or allow them to then.
That's the way it sounds to me. That's what I was sort of getting at.
Well, I'm not sure if I would. That might solve the problem at the moment, but I guess the bigger question is there could be doggy daycares that just want to operate as a doggy daycare and not be a kennel. And the advantage of this option 1 is that I feel like maybe neighbors would have less
Mhm.
you know, feedback or against a doggy daycare than a kennel. So in the future, if we want to have, I think if you combine them, the two definitions, then you might have more trouble with some of those applications getting through.
Okay, that kind of argues for going with option one.
Yeah.
But we still have open issue. If we go with option one, do we need to extend it to 14? Because the applicant can achieve what they want through the addition of the kennel definition.
That is true.
And so, and we may want to keep in daycare for the reasons, Commissioner, you just mentioned, but do we want to extend it to 14? That's another further peeling of this onion, right? So there's a lot of permutations here. So, so in
I
theory,
think one element,
we could add kennel, add daycare center, but not extend it to 14. That would be another.
Ms. Daniel,
option.
if you want to make one more comment, then I'm going to ask you to put your microphone on mute, please.
sure, I apologize. I was just going to say the aspect with the kennel is it provides for exterior access, which we didn't need because it's a self-contained facility. And so that's why we were seeking, an additional reason why we were seeking the modified definition.
Are you saying kennel requires exterior access, or it allows for it?
It allows for it.
Okay.
In a certain time frame. And so we didn't need that aspect of it. And so we thought it might be more accepted within this district if we didn't have that exterior element to it as well, for the public's fear that there was going to be, you know, dogs taking over downtown Evanston. So.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Let's look at the standards. Whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive general plan as adopted and amended from time to time by the City Council. Well, we're looking to add, you know, dog daycare center or kennel to a research park zoning district as a special use. We've gotten testimony from the applicant that it is consistent. There's, I believe, language from the downtown plan update that indicates that the city has acknowledged that the research park itself is sort of outdated. And so I would say that ultimately, when looking at what we've done with the research park or what's gone in there over time, that this standard is ultimately satisfied. But I'd be you know, open to hearing many of the commissioners who feel contrary to that. Let's see, whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Again, you know, this, I think this would fit right in, and we didn't get any testimony to the contrary. Whether the proposed amendment will have an adverse effect on the value of adjacent properties. This being an completely interior operation with just, you know, people coming in for drop-offs and pickups, that doesn't seem much different from any other operation. It sounds like they're going to have some significant HVAC and cleanup protocols. I can't see how this would ultimately adversely affect adjacent properties, and we didn't hear any testimony or concern with respect to that. And then the adequacy of public facilities and services. There was discussion from the applicant regarding parking, which is really I think the only potential effect. And overall, we're just doing a text amendment here and not looking specifically at their one location, although we have spent some time discussing that. So I would say that that's satisfied as well. So that being said, are there Any other comments from commissioners, or would a commissioner like to propose a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Johnson,
I'm prepared to make a motion.
please.
I move that we go with alternative 1, which would be to modify the definition to the definition of daycare center domestic animal to increase permitted hours from 12 hours to 14 hours, and then add to the special uses domestic animal daycare centers and kennels in the RP district.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Okay, Commissioner Lindwall seconds. Are there any amendments or discussions on the motion before us?
May I clarify? Are we then saying that an outdoor kennel under that definition, under this amendment, would also be allowed in the research park area?
That is correct.
As a special use.
As a special use. So they'd still need to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and just like this applicant is currently doing, and we'll have to, convince the Zoning Board of Appeals that the special use will be in harmony with the surrounding area. And that's not something that's before us today. All right, if there's no other questions or comments or proposed amendments, let's set it to a vote. Ms. Jones?
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Yes.
and Chair Isaac.
Yes. All right, the motion passes. This item has been, we'll move now to City Council for, with our recommendation of approval. The next item before us is.
Excuse me, before you get into this,
Yes.
I need to recuse myself from consideration of this item due to a potential conflict. So I'm going to mute myself and turn off my video for consideration.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Lindwall. All right, we have 20 PLND-0039. This is a map amendment, plan development special use with respect to 1900 Sherman Avenue. Ms. Jones or Mr. Mangum, who will be presenting this item?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Plan Commission, members of the public. As stated, the request this evening is for the Housing Authority of Cook County to construct a 16-story, 168-unit residential building with 37 subterranean on-site parking spaces, while keeping the existing 11-story, 100-unit Pearlman apartments that were approved as part of a plan development back in 1976. So there are two main components to the request this evening from a zoning procedural standpoint. There's a map amendment request to reclassify the property from the existing R6 general residential zoning district to the C1A commercial zoning district. And then a request for a plan development and special use to have a fully multi-family building without commercial uses. That plan development request does have 5 site development allowances for building height, number of dwelling units, number of parking spaces, number of loading berths, and size of loading berth. The site is shown on the screen here, cross-hatched at the northwest corner of Sherman and Emerson. Below is a first floor plan for the property with the orientation here of Emerson towards the bottom of the screen and Sherman to the right of the proposed development. The existing 2 curb cuts would be kept off of Sherman, The southernmost of those is shown on the plan here with a circular porte cochere on that first level for pickup and drop off. The alley would be used to access the site for parking, the below grade parking, as well as for the loading dock. And the applicant's presentation will go into further details about the proposed building design. As far as the site development allowances, as stated, the request is for the C1A district for the rezoning. Within C1A, the maximum building height allowed is 67 feet, with a site development allowance maximum allowed of 97 feet. Proposed is 172 feet 8 inches to the top of the roof. As noted, this does exceed the maximum site development allowance within the C1A district. 96 parking spaces would be required, or an increase in 96 parking spaces, where a net increase of 15 are proposed. 196 dwelling units are allowed, including the inclusionary housing ordinance bonus. 268 units are proposed. 2 short loading berths are required by the zoning ordinance, where 1 is proposed, and a loading berth dimension of 10 foot by 35 foot is required, and 10 by 25 is proposed. As mentioned, this project would be in compliance with the inclusionary housing ordinance. Because it is a public project and involving public land and a public entity, 20% of the units are required by the IHO to be affordable to households at 60% of area median income or below. The applicant is proposing to meet that 20% and to exceed the affordability rate by having them affordable at 50% of AMI instead of 60. And then additionally, the applicant is proposing 10% of the units, so 17 additional units, to be affordable at 80 to 120% of the area median. Because it's compliant with the IHO, there are incentives in the zoning ordinance that reduces the parking that would otherwise be required by 18 spaces, that allows for an extra 1.0 of floor area ratio on the site. So therefore, there's not a site development allowance requested for FAR for this proposal. And that increase the maximum, so the minimum lot size that be allowed, so the density. So it allow 196 units because it complies with the IHO, where 128 would otherwise be allowed. The applicant has proposed a number of public benefits or items they feel are public benefits. Affordable housing in excess of the inclusionary housing ordinance being the primary of those. In addition, and further detail they have in their application why they believe that providing senior housing, the architectural design of the building, the open space landscape and streetscape, public art, increasing the width of sidewalks, providing security cameras, providing HUD Section 3, MBE, WB, and Evanston employment, bird-friendly design elements, it being a transit-oriented development, meeting the city's LEED Silver requirement for sustainability, and eliminating surface parking. The applicant believes those are all public benefits. When we get to it, the applicable standards are 63510, standards for special uses, in addition to the standards for planned developments, which references the standards and guidelines for planned developments within the C1A commercial district. This project was reviewed by the Design and Project Review Committee, and staff at DAPR recommended approval of the project, subject to the following conditions is what the staff's recommendation is subject to. I won't read through them in full detail, but should conform with the plans that are in this application, require a construction management plan before the building permit's issued, comply with the Green Building Ordinance to obtain LEED Silver. Residents shall not be eligible for on-street parking permits in the area. The affordability conditions that were mentioned earlier for the units. Bird-friendly measures to be incorporated into the building. Security cameras to be provided for the exterior of the building. The primary goal of employment of 10 Evanston residents with a required minimum of 5. Sidewalk widening, and then a couple conditions from the 1976 ordinance, which are that residents of the city of Evanston shall be given priority for the occupancy of the dwelling units of the Jane R. Perlman apartments. And that in addition to property taxes for the new building as proposed, the owner shall make an annual payment in lieu of taxes at a rate of 10% of the gross amount of realized annually for rental units in the planned development originally required through Ordinance 61-076. This concludes a staff presentation. I know I'm available for questions. I know the applicant has a presentation they would like to share as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mangum. Any questions for Mr. Mangum at this time? All right. Let's hear from the applicant.
Okay, my name is Bill James. I'm with Camiros Limited. We're planning and development consultants to the Housing Authority. We have a number of speakers, and we have this presentation, which Greg from our architecture firm, Papa George Hames, will advance. And our first speaker is Richard Minacchio, Executive Director of the Housing Authority. Rich?
Mr. Minacchio, please unmute yourself.
My apologies. Thank you, Bill. Bill, as he said, is with Camiros, is our lead development consultant. We do appreciate you taking the time to hear us out on this. This has been quite an effort, and we put a lot of time into it, as has your staff. And I think we've had a very good give and take and have taken into account much of what the community has asked for in the development and much of what the staff has asked for. If I could very quickly, I want to introduce our team, say a little bit about us, and then our chairwoman, Wendy Williams, going to make a statement and then lead into the official presentation. So I'm very happy we've got a very energetic and engaged board, and 4 of our board members are with us today. The aforementioned Wendy Williams, our chairwoman. We have Polly Keel, Sal Klibanow, and Norma Saleh Baron. Thank you all for being with us and being so supportive of us. Rest of the team, we have our Chief of Staff, Alicia Hushaw, Bill James, aforementioned from Camiros, Amy Curson, our zoning lawyer, Reyes Curson, our architect, very familiar with Evanston, as are many of our board members and development team members, is Papa George Hames, represented here today by David Hames, Brian Kidd, and Greg Klazowski. Thanks, guys, for being here. We have a top-notch contractor who was also very conversant and experienced in Evanston, McHugh, represented here today by Ray Cisco. Their partner, their joint venture minority partner, is BOA Construction. So I think I hit everybody. I hope I hit everybody. Let me just say for a moment who we are and why we're doing this. We house throughout Cook County about 18,000 residents. And that's, 5,000 or 6,000 to 6,000 kids, adults, seniors, and those folks with disabilities. So we're the second largest public housing authority in the state. I look at our mission really as threefold. First, to provide quality housing to our residents. And I think we've accomplished that in the significant amount of rehabilitation work we've done. No better evidence of it than the Jane Perlman apartments next door to where this proposed site will be. For those of you who haven't been there, I would love to take you through. It's a state-of-the-art rehab. Beautiful facility, and we've done this type of rehab at every single one of our developments. We're either in process or have completed the rehab in every single one of our developments. Secondly, we take very seriously the mission of helping our residents learn and work. What I spend a lot of my time on is making sure that kids and young people have a chance to go to college, have a chance to gain internships, and have a chance to go to work. So we've helped hundreds and hundreds of people achieve that, and that is an ongoing goal of ours. Matter of fact, during this pandemic, with the distance learning, we decided to provide every single household that has kids free internet access through the school year and a computer for every kid in the house. So this includes, would make every single household in Evanston that has children would be qualified. And throughout the county, we've got about 1,000 so far that are going to get internet and devices. So we take this mission very seriously. Now, for the third part of the mission, which is, I think, the crux of what we're going to talk about today. You know, you've studied this housing issue in Evanston. I've read the reports. You in Evanston have chosen to take the issue of affordable housing very seriously. For that, I commend you. I have to say, we chose Evanston to start our new construction program. We're going to do this throughout the county, but we chose Evanston because of its diversity, because of its inclusiveness, and because of the quality of the leadership in this town. And I'm not sorry that we made that choice. Pretty simply, the only way we get out of this housing crisis that the country faces and the region faces and Evanston faces is by building. It's the only way. There's a shortage of units in Cook County, about 250,000 a year, a shortage. And you could multiply that nationally. So we are now going to become builders, developers. We're going to start here. The key to this project is the fact that we own the land, right? This is unique, and our chairwoman is going to go into this a little more, but I don't know of any other project in the country that is 100% financed by the government. Us. I mean, we're going to finance this like a developer would. So we have to have the equity, have to make the numbers work. The project has to cash flow. And importantly, we have to have the right number of market rate units internally subsidize the affordable units. That's the key to this whole project. We need the market rate units, and we need 168 units basically subsidize 51 affordable units. So we're gonna get into that in more detail, but I just wanted to kind of lay out who we are, why we're here, and really how much we appreciate Evanston. You've stayed with us on this project, and we're very grateful. So with that, I want to introduce our chairwoman, Wendy Williams.
Thank you, Rich. Good evening. As Rich said, my name is Wendy Walker Williams. I'm the chair of the Housing Authority of Cook County. And on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, some of whom are with us this evening, we would like to thank you, Chairman Isaac, and members of the commission for allowing us to present our development, the Emerson. The Emerson is unique to the region and indeed the nation, a mixed income luxury building built and financed by a public entity. At a time when affordable housing is scarce throughout the nation, we propose to deliver 50 affordable apartments in one of the most desirable real estate markets in the nation. The design, landscaping, and streetscape, as you will see, is second to none. We plan on delivering a building of the highest architectural standards and remain true to our mission of providing affordable housing. Significantly, this development targets the so-called missing middle, as well as people who do not qualify for assisted housing in the traditional sense, but want to remain in Evanston. Of course, none of this would be possible without the zoning change we are requesting and the additional height. Your consideration and support of this project, the Emerson, is much appreciated. Rich, I will turn it over to you, your team, you and your team to answer any additional questions and move forward with the presentation this evening. Thank you.
Great. So let's advance the next slide, please. So I'd like to begin the formal presentation by emphasizing how special this project is. I think all of you know that not every community is as welcoming to affordable housing and public housing as Evanston is. And that's why the Housing Authority chose to come to Evanston for its demonstration project. And this really is a demonstration project. Would like to use this as a prototype for other suburban mixed income developments. And to use this project, the Emerson, as a demonstration that projects such as this would be an asset to every community. Public housing does not need to be a NIMBY. That is something that's necessary, but please don't put it in my backyard. This project will show that it is possible to develop public housing and affordable housing within the context of a mixed income development where all income levels are accommodated and mix seamlessly together. And this is a demonstration in terms of the financing of this kind of development. So the Housing Authority has not asked for and didn't receive any low-income housing tax credits. It's doing this financing all on its own through market rate sources. And we think this is a demonstration to show how you can do affordable housing without having to tap into the tax credits. There's a limited supply of tax credits. They're competitive. And so the Housing Authority is providing affordable housing without using tax credits that can be used elsewhere where they're really needed. So we think that this can be a model for mixed income development and the expansion of affordable housing in other suburban locations. That is why it's a demonstration project for the Housing Authority. So with that, we will talk about the specifics of our proposal here. And I would like to really implore members of the commission to consider this application, this project in a holistic, from a holistic perspective, and ask you not to kind of focus or be fixated on specific aspects or features of the building, the design, the height, all of that. It really all works together, as Rich said, to create the kind of environment that we think is a win-win, for everybody. We can provide affordable housing in the context of a building that is a real asset and that every community would want. So that's what we're trying to do. We think our design and our proposal achieves that. And so that's how we would kind of like you to consider the project from a holistic perspective. So in terms of land use and policy considerations, I think Scott touched on much of this. I'm not going to go into a lot of specifics. Next slide, please. Except to say that we think this kind of project really taps into the key theme of the Evanston Comprehensive Plan, which is to allow growth to occur while enhancing the community special character. And we think this will really add to Evanston's special community character by virtue of its mix of incomes, its unique approach, providing housing for the missing middle. And by the way, I think we clarified in our amendments to the application that we will commit to income levels of 80 to 100%, not over 100%, and really get as many 80% as we can when units become available. So really are focusing on that missing middle component. We think this project addresses concerns about affordable housing. Much greater demand for affordable housing than there is supply. So if we can start a trend to provide mixed income housing using conventional financing rather than tax credits, we think we can really make a big dent in this lack of supply. And our proposal is really for a residential project in a residential area. It was necessary to ask for C1A zoning in order to get the site development allowances that we've asked for. And that's the only reason why we're going to a commercial district. It really is a residential project with a residential design and a residential location. The site is located, I think, ideally for transit-oriented development, and we are taking full advantage of that with respect to our project design, our programming, number of parking, accessing off-site parking rather than building additional on-site parking, and many other things. Next slide. This shows the existing land use characteristics where we see our subject site in the middle, outlined in yellow, but without a color within. To the west is commercial downtown zoning, as well as to the south across Emerson on the west side of the Sherman Gardens development. And then everything else around us is residential, and we are residential. We show the heights for context there. We can talk more about that later on in the presentation. Next slide. So the site is currently R6. As I said, we had to seek C1A zoning to accommodate the type of development that we're proposing. And the special use is needed to allow residential use on the ground floor. So it really kind of shows you the kind of gymnastics that we have to do to get around the limitations in the Evanston zoning ordinance for limits on departures from district regulations in a residential plan development. Next slide. So Scott went over these allowances. I guess I'm not going to repeat them here. We are fully aware of them. There's only one case where we are exceeding the allowable allowance, and that's in height. Next slide. And we are now going to move into the presentation of the project design. We will be led by architect Greg Kozlowski from Papa George James Architects, to be followed by representative site design group to discuss the landscape design. Greg?
Thanks, Bill. My name's Greg Kozlowski. I'm from Papa George James. I wanted to clarify that we are part of a larger design build team. The client wanted us to structure ourselves that way so that we would work together as a team from the beginning. I think it's important to note here because with the images that we're showing and the design that we're talking about is being vetted at the same time by all of our engineers, some experienced contractors that we've worked with before, as mentioned by Rich earlier. So I think we have a really great team. We've been tasked to do a beautiful building here, and we're excited to be a part of this. What I'm going to do is walk you through a couple of three-dimensional images to give you some context and how the building sits within the site. I'll go through some of the two-dimensional floor plans so that you can understand how the building's structured in terms of its unit layouts and where the amenities are located. We'll go around the building and look at some elevations, and then we have a series of three-dimensional photographic renderings to take a look at. And then we'll move on to site design, and we'll share some drawings about the landscape design, both at the ground level and up at the roof. This first drawing is an image that shows the site within the context that Bill was referring to earlier. Sherman Avenue is running diagonally north to south along the bottom right of the drawing. Emerson's running diagonally the other direction, left to right over on the left side. Sherman Gardens is across the street. The existing Link Evanston building, the 10-story building, is sort of up and to the left. And the Jane Perman building that we've talked about a little bit is over on the right, and our building is there in the center. One of the primary things that this drawing is useful for showing that's hard to see in other areas is the diagonal setback that we incorporated into the site, which you can see faintly dashed in blue along the bottom. We're setting back the building from the space, from Emerson Street, to allow for a semi-public area, sort of an outdoor amenity that's shared both with the residents of the project as well as the public. We've also ghosted in lightly an existing tree. There's a large evergreen tree that we're intending to keep that will remain, that will become a corner and a part of this park as well. This drawing shows the building within the context. The proposed subject property is slightly to the left in sort of an orange color. And then a number of existing residential projects in the area are highlighted in yellow around the area. Again, the Jane Perman building is in the foreground because this is a view from the north looking south. The Link apartment is now the U-shaped building just to the right. And then there's another of other properties around the area ranging from 15 to 28 stories in the area that you can see throughout the area and towards downtown. I'll start with in going through the plans here, this is a very basic, a little bit of a dry site plan, but this really gives you an idea of how everything's set up. As Rich mentioned, this is already a property they own, so you can see the existing property lines around the edge, and in the middle, we have the footprint of the existing 11-story Jane Perlman building. Off of Sherman Avenue, which in this point is running across the bottom of the page. This will be the only plan where north is oriented to the right so that we could fit the drawing on the page. You can see the existing driveway to remain that comes in off of Sherman Avenue, comes around and back out again. We're using the same curb cuts, that entire driveway is to remain. The only thing that we're doing here is integrating a circular porte cochere, and that would serve as a drop-off area for the residents, visitors to the property. Emerson Street is running east-west on the left side in this case, and then along the west side of the project, which is up, is an existing 16-foot alley, and that's where we have situated the loading dock and the parking garage entrance with the ramp going down below grade. And I'll show you that on the first floor plan in a moment here. For the rest of these floor plans, we've rotated the plan around just to make sure everybody stays oriented. So now Emerson is running along the bottom of the page. North is oriented up. You can still see that porte cochere, but now it's coming off Emerson to the right and the alley is to the left. This is the first floor plan that we've started with here. Off of that porte cochere, we're going to have a leasing office with a front desk and a generous lobby area. The lobby would be very typical to what you'll see in a market apartment unit with nice furnishings and nice finishes, a mail room off of that area, package room, and that sort of thing. Also accessed off the porte cochere. It's not identified here, but the rectangular room to the very upper right corner will be a dog wash station. We understand a lot of residents in the neighborhood have dogs or would have dogs that would live here. So we would have that sort of an amenity to be able to wash off your dog, clean up before you come inside. Also in that area, we'll also have 64 indoor bicycle parking spaces, a locked and monitored room for use by the residents as well. The areas that have the sort of light diagonal shading are all what we call back of house areas. So off of the alley to the left, we'll have the loading dock that was mentioned earlier. We have a 10 by 25 foot loading dock. We also have a temporary move-in storage room off of that loading dock, which allows tenants to come in off the loading dock, offload their things into a room and allow the truck to go on its way a lot more quickly than if they were moving everything directly up. The trash comes down through a chute through the building and ends up in the trash room off of this loading dock. That's also accessed off the alley. And just above that, you see where it says parking garage ramp. That's a up-down ramp going down to the below-grade parking, which I'll show you in a moment, with some additional space left over for mechanical. You can see in this image best that angle that we talked about earlier. The site plan isn't really shown here. We'll go into that a little bit more with our landscape architect a little bit later in the presentation. If you keep an eye on where the parking garage ramp was located in that upper left side, you can see now the dashed line and where the ramp comes down into a below grade parking garage where we're accommodating 37 parking spaces. Effectively, you'll come down a ramp to this area. There'll be some accessible spaces immediately to the left when you come down. And then it slowly ramps around at about a 5% slope around the core where the elevator lobby and stair would be located, and wrap back around underneath that entry ramp to get the 37 spaces that we're accommodating on the site. Coming back up past that first floor, we just thought we'd share what we're seeing for the typical unit layouts. This is representative of floors 2 and 3. You'll see in a little bit when I show you some of the three-dimensional images why 2 and 3 are different from the remaining floors, but effectively, if you can make out the curved dash line on the right-hand side that comes around, we stepped in the second and third floors to allow a little bit of a nice double height space at that grade level. It helps with the landscape amenity at the corner and provides some architectural interest and some ability to bring some brick around that bottom edge that I'll show you in some images later. But effectively, at this typical floors 2 and 3, we're showing a mix of studio units, convertible units, which are effectively slightly larger studio units, and then a combination of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. The 2-bedroom units are in orange on the corners. Coming up to the next tier, which is floors 4 through 15, which is really the typical floor. It's almost an identical layout. The only difference really being is that that curved form of the building is now coming out a little bit further to the east. That's allowing us to have an additional 2-bedroom unit at the corner as opposed to the 1-bedroom unit. And otherwise, the rest of the units are a very similar layout. Coming all the way up to the 16th floor, it's a little bit hard to read here, but again, in some of the 3-dimensional images, I'll be able to show this to you better. But the grayed area on the right, which is facing east, is an outdoor exterior amenity deck. Our landscape architect will go over this in a little bit more detail, but it effectively is a market rate exterior deck with a lot of nice amenities that you'd expect to see in a market rate apartment building. The areas in green on the interior will be an upper level amenity. Instead of putting some units on the top floor, we're actually opening this up to everybody in the building. So there'll be a number of amenities that we're working out here, including lounges, workspaces, small kitchen area for cooking, and a workout room that would open up onto that deck to the east. There's also a bit of a mechanical room that's needed at the top of the building that's enclosed. I'll show you the images that includes the screen wall later, but effectively at this level, we have some mechanical space and then a little bit of space on the roof. One diagram we wanted to share was just to show you that we are in providing the setback and providing that landscaped area. We're really providing approximately the equivalent open space area as we are now. Currently now, of course, what we have shaded in green is largely just grass and some trees. It's not really a heavily usable area, but it is an open space. On the right is the same, very similar area, open space that we're planning to provide, and as you'll see later in the presentation, a lot of green, a lot of vegetation, but also programs, so there's the ability to walk through the space and have some seating and other amenities associated with that. This next drawing shows the project in 2 different orientations, so you can see the street elevation. The upper is East Street elevation, so you're seeing this east face of the building that's facing the lake. In this case, the Jane Perlman building is on the right. The proposed 1900 Sherman is in the center. Emerson Street is coming down the middle there, and Sherman Gardens, the existing project to the south, is seen on the left. The lower image is a street view, the South Street elevation. So this is a view of the project looking to the north. You can see actually the transit line way over to the left-hand side to the west, the existing Link apartments, the alley, our project in the middle, Sherman Avenue, and then some of the residential buildings to the east from there. At this point, I'll walk you through all 4 elevations. I'll go fairly briefly, but I can come back to these if there's any questions, because I think the 3-dimensional images show things quite a bit better, but this is useful to point out a few different things. One of the things that we've done with this building and with the design to help break this down a bit is to break it down between some components that are a little bit more of a sort of muted metal and glass and a little bit more brick. The brick is responding more to the neighborhood. There's a lot of masonry and brick in the neighborhood that we wanted to respond to in terms of the context, but also to the east and partially to the south, there's great views of the lake and downtown that we also wanted to take advantage of. And this elevation really shows that breakdown fairly well. One thing we do, a few things to note here on this elevation that we'll repeat around. At the bottom, you can see how the brick wraps around and you get some angled columns on the right-hand side. That's part of that setback that I was referring to that you'll see better. We also note here that bird-friendly glass treatment will be provided at all the glass surfaces at 40 foot and below, which would be effectively the first 3 stories. Additionally, we're also going to be providing this at any balconies where there might be the chance of some plantings that might attract birds, and also up at the glass and the glazing up at the amenity deck as well. One of the other things to note here as well is that step back that I was talking about earlier. At the upper right-hand side of this elevation, you can see how the building sort of steps up, and that's because of that exterior amenity deck, and then only a partial 16th floor and up to the screen wall. Coming around the building, this is now coming around that curve to the east face, so this is facing the lake. This is along Sherman. So we have a similar setup here as well, responding to the brick buildings next door. We have that more glassy section of the building just limited to that corner. And then we start articulating the building with a combination of glass, windows, and brick along the space. That brick is also still wrapping around the bottom, really keeping that brick all the way around at those first 3 stories because we feel like that's a much more pedestrian-friendly material. We're also going to have a slightly smaller sized brick in those areas as well to make sure that the scale feels right. Probably also worth noting, and you'll see in the 3-dimensional images, we'll be looking at a particular blend of brick, a slightly different color, maybe at the base, but a blend so that we get a really rich color that blends well with the neighborhood. Coming around to the north face, the Jane Perman building, which is fairly narrow in its profile, is seen shaded diagonal blue in the center. And then our building beyond that to the south in this case. And at this point, because it's not really facing views of downtown or the lake, it's primarily a masonry facade with a screen wall at the top. Probably worth noting the screen wall would be a matte finish, either steel or aluminum panel system that would be color to match components to the rest of the building. And it's also being provided as an acoustical baffle for the equipment so that we're meeting all the requirements for sound mitigation that's required by the city of Evanston. And then finally coming back around to the west face, this is the face that's facing the alley and faces the Link project. Again, because this isn't facing views, this is primarily a bit more of a masonry facade again. Still having the same treatments that we talked about earlier in terms of bird-friendly glazing all the way around. In this case too, we're also looking at doing a little bit specialized doors at the 2 garage doors. The door on the left below that's shaded gray, it's down to the garage, and then the one next to it is the door into the loading dock area. Both of them we're looking at a rolling door that would be a dark anodized color with polycarbonate window slats so that they look really nice. You get some light through there, and we'll also provide some lighting at the alley as needed. Very briefly, we also are including a little bit about signage. Again, this is a purely residential project, so the only signage we're really proposing is just for branding, probably some sort of very small lettering. Right now, we're considering the name the Emerson for the project, so in this case, the Emerson is seen at both entries to the building as potentially cut out letters, and there might be a low sign at the corner as well, indicating the name of the project. I'm going to move on to a series of 3-dimensional renderings to help everybody visualize this a little bit better. This is an overall view of the project, a better rendered view than that initial image that we had. Again, this is with Sherman running to the north-south on the right-hand side, Emerson running in the foreground. You can see the Link building on the left and then our building in the middle. Some of the features you can see here again is the way the building steps back at the top, the masonry section to the left with the slightly differently articulated glacier section facing the views of the lake and downtown. You can see how the brick wraps around and angles back to form the park in the center. The existing evergreen tree that is remaining and a number of other trees and plantings that you'll see better in some of the other rendered views that we're adding in. And the street trees along the right that are being maintained.
And Greg, I just want to interject here that your design techniques here, the modulation of the building mass and the different planes, the use of curves, the different materials that are being used will all help to reduce the perception of building mass of the building. And I think that's very important to note. Yeah,
yeah, thank you, Bill. That's true. And definitely with the way that this facade is angled back, we're pulling away from the buildings across the street, the way we're stepping back from the corner, we're trying to mitigate that. And even, I think, proposing some of the lighter materials towards the corner will help with this perception as well. This is a cropped version that just added a few notes to explain everything. You can see some of the balconies that we're providing for the residents, both on the right-hand side and in the middle. And the angled columns at the bottom that I referenced earlier that you'll see better in one of the later renderings. This view is from Sherman. So again, Sherman is running in the foreground. Emerson's running along the side that you can barely see. The existing evergreen tree that we're keeping is on the left fairly prominently. And you can start to see, get a little bit of a sense of the landscaping that's being provided by the setback and the public amenity as it is in the foreground. You can see how the brick color, we're going to be looking to do something. It won't match exactly because there's a number of reddish, orangish colored bricks in the area, but we'd be looking at doing a blend that would both match that context and also provide a bit of depth to that brick. We probably won't be using a single color, but some slight subtle variations to really give it a certain richness. And this is a good spot to really understand that setback that I was talking about earlier at that second and third floor. You can see how the curved portion of the building doesn't really start until the fourth floor, and that's affording a little bit of a sculptural element at this corner with the way that we'll be handling the columns. And it's also opening up this first level amenity quite a bit more at this level and really giving room to breathe at this corner. And of course, in the foreground, the street trees that would be remaining along Sherman as well. This is a view from the other direction along Emerson. So this is now from the west looking to the east towards the intersection. Again, you can see in the foreground here some of the plantings that we're proposing, small trees. Our landscape architect will get into the plan for this in a few moments, but this room image is really being provided to really show what we anticipate this to look like when it's completed. There's a little bit of an outdoor seating area off of that entrance off Emerson for the residents of the building. And then you can see some of the brick fenestration that's starting to happen up above. This image is taken from the north. We wanted to provide at least one image from the neighborhood. One thing that is probably worth noting here is that with the Jane Perlman building in the foreground, we feel that the impacts in this direction will be fairly minimal. We tried doing a few other shots from further up the street, but as I think everyone knows, there's quite a bit of existing street trees in the area. It's fairly heavily planted. So once you get a little bit further to the north, I think you really would get a very clear shot of it, hopefully. But see here the Jane Perlman building in the foreground. We are rising up above it in the background, but again, working to play well with our neighbors, integrate into the neighborhood with the materials and the way that our building steps down towards this corner, mimicking what's happening with the Emerson, or with the Jane Perlman building a bit here to help minimize those impacts. And then again, this is again from Emerson to the west, a little bit further away. So this is the Link building in the foreground on the left. Our building coming up and over just a little bit on the left there. And then the existing building across the street to the right. I'm going to hand this over now to Mijay from Site Design. He'll walk you through some of the existing conditions and some of the landscape design for the project. If you're ready, Mijay.
Hey everybody, it's a tag team. It's Brad McCauley from Site Design Group as well as Mijay Kula. Hey everyone, Brad McCauley, as I mentioned, managing principal at Site Design Group, landscape architecture firm. We've been doing work around Chicago for over 30 years, if you count some of the early 80s stuff. But really happy to be able to present to everyone tonight. Thanks for staying so late. I'm sorry that it's after 9 and we're coming on. So we'll try not to stay too long. We'll try and keep our presentation to about, I don't know, about 5 minutes or so. Mijay is going to jump in, go over existing conditions really quickly, and then we'll just run you through the ground floor. You already saw a little bit of the amenity deck up top, so we'll try and keep that short, but I'll turn it over to Mijay.
Thanks, Brad. Hi, everyone. All right, so looking at the existing conditions of the site, especially standing at the corner of Emerson and Sherman, we start to see a very tall perimeter of tall shrubs that go the full length of along Emerson and also Sherman. There are also existing trees along the right-of-way and within the property, including the large blue spruce. So if we consider the pedestrian experience, you'll start to see that the existing wall of shrubs encroaches on the sidewalk, which not only limits the visibility and mobility access, but also narrows the sidewalk, which is which along Emerson is fairly narrow already. It's about 5 feet. So if we also look at the corner condition at the crosswalk, there's a narrow crosswalk pathway and also cut-throughs, concrete cut-throughs along the Sherman Parkway. So if we start to look at site opportunities within this project, the site is actually positioned within at the axis of 3 very distinctive communities. The residential community to the north, the Northwestern University to the east, as well as the downtown Evanston to the south and west. So one of our goals for this project is to create an inviting and welcoming landscape. And a big potential we see in this landscape is to see this site as an asset that services residents and as well as the extended communities. So if we also go to the next slide. So this is our tree removal and preservation plan. So the high walls of shrubs and smaller trees are proposed to be removed to improve the visibility and make this a more safe and welcoming corner. The project will also preserve large significant trees, including the 2 trees within the right-of-way, as well as the large blue spruce. And within, you can go to the next one. So within the our construction drawings and specifications will provide extensive tree protection strategy. So moving on to our concept, using the opportunity for this site to be a place that, that connects. Our approach to the landscape design is to foster ways for residents and surrounding communities to engage and connect with the site by providing a welcoming landscape and that offers a variety of public amenities. So we do this with the connectivity ribbon, which is a site feature that is both sculptural and functional. We can go to the plan. So the connectivity ribbon is a physical site feature that weaves through the landscape, creating gathering spaces from the north edge along Sherman to the western edge of Emerson. So the ribbon undulates up and down through the landscape, which forms seat walls, as well as an archway adjacent along Emerson. The ribbon is a powder-coated metal structure that acts as a retaining wall when it's bordering planting beds. And in specific locations receives a wood top seat to create gathering spaces. Like along the west end is a cafe style seating area with work tables. And on the eastern edge, a reflection area adjacent to our stone garden. The Emerson Plaza, which is that open plaza space along Emerson, is the main pedestrian access. This entry plaza on Emerson provides an open and direct path to the south building entrance, accented with decorative pavers. So going east along the Emerson Plaza and framed by the ribbon archway is a paved pathway that meanders through the landscape and stone garden towards Sherman Avenue. So looking at our sculptural stone garden, with the stone garden, we placed vertical stone outcroppings to create sculptural and topographic interests. Low ornamental pine trees balance the stone landscape. The main feature of this garden is a pondless water feature made up of 2 large stone outcroppings stacked with an integrated water source at the top surface, which creates a soft cascade of water along the stone's edge. So if we look also towards the landscape, in addition to preserving the existing blue spruce on the property, the landscape areas are maximized with ornamental trees, shrubs, perennials, and ground cover to provide a multi-layered canopy. We are also committed to the Mayor's Monarch Pledge and the community's pursuit of becoming a certified community wildlife habitat. So our landscape plans include a wide variety of predominantly native planting species and types selected to provide habitat for wildlife and pollinators. One of the other features that I forgot to mention is number 10, which is our bike racks. So this site also provides bike racks adjacent to Sherman for 10 bike parking spots. Finally, we are also proposing to make improvements to the right-of-way by widening the sidewalk along Emerson to 8 feet, and also providing improved planting along the Sherman Parkway by removing the concrete cut-throughs and planting in a new shaded tree. So with that, you can go, oh, go ahead. Brad.
Yeah, so just to add to that, Mijay's gone through very detailed all the different amenities here, but really what we were trying to create is a better pedestrian experience if you're just going through the right of way along the sidewalks on Sherman and Emerson. But we've also made it, desirable to maybe take a little stop off and have a little respite along your walk, kind of a cut through. If you're going from Emerson over to Sherman, we wanted to make sure that there was a give back to the community that's both off the street a little bit, connected to nature, and you had a few options. You have some more open plaza spaces with, pleasant stones and a nice aesthetic, as well as more intimate spaces where you can actually sit down and have a coffee and enjoy the day. But we thought this would be a really great addition to the corner there, especially right now where it's such a shrub-lined, streetscape where you're pushed to a really small, concrete path that's not really the most pedestrian friendly. So we really like where this is headed. So, sorry. Thank you. Next slide.
Hi, Brad, would you like to go over the planting?
Yeah, so
planting
for this
strategy?
one, yeah, for the planting strategy, Mijay mentioned a little bit about the blue spruce. We know that is a special tree. We want to ensure that we're keeping that. So we've kind of painstakingly ensured that even the construction activities, all that, it's going to be protected, and we'll ensure that the plant stays. All of our plant species, we know that there's a push to have mainly native. We're pushing for well over 75% native. The remaining species would all be adapted species, not necessarily, we would not be proposing any invasives or anything that's not going to last here, but things that we know are tried and true and going to make it in this climate and in this region. There's a few different zones. So to the west and to the, I guess we'll call it the southeast. And you see that kind of cross hatch pattern. All this is native. That's where the native perennials and plantings would go. That's where the ornamental trees. That's where the blue spruce is. That's the region where this is. We wanted to make sure we got the soil depth to allow for these plantings. So that is part of the reason why we've introduced this ribbon that actually creates a retaining wall, because we do have a building structure underneath portions of this. So we wanted to make sure we got soil volume to ensure the longevity of the species. Where you get closer to the building, that's where we've gotten a little bit more sparse with the landscape, because we have an overhang. We want to ensure that things are going to actually survive. So we've really limited the palette there. But we still wanted to provide a natural landscape, a natural aesthetic. So we went with a natural stone, different textures that would pull back to the natives across the path and really kind of contrast what we thought very well for this little zone and really provide that respite we're going for. Within the right of way to the east along Sherman, right there Mijay talked about enhancing the pedestrian experience. We're removing some of the concrete that we feel is unused and resodding that area. It's right now there's a lot of areas that have just been dead and dying. We want to make sure that the parkway is as nice as the landscape within the site. So we've proposed enhancing that with a new tree as well as new sod within this area, so you have that instant impact.
Next slide. And also the next slide after this.
Yeah, sorry, we should have used this one to talk about the
And the
plantings.
next slide after this.
These are just to show some of our standard planting details. We want to make sure that we're very in depth with how we want things to be planted, that they're getting the right amount of soil, that they're going to be supported if need be, that they're well maintained. The plant schedule, we do not expect you to be able to read this on your screens at home, but can be provided if you need it. But all that's in there just to show you that we've done our homework, and we want to make sure that we're providing something that we will be proud of, and that we'll be able to come back to not just next year, but 10 years from now and be really proud of the landscape. And these are details that we've crafted over those 30 years that I've talked about to really create something that's going to last and be maintainable in the long run. Next slide. We wanted to show just some of the imagery, some of the things that we're going to be putting in here. All of these are included in some capacity, but you'll see like honeysuckle, chokeberry, horse chestnut, all native, they all have their special interests. We didn't want to just provide a palette that was in the summer, you've got this nice blast of color. We wanted to make sure that we had something that was seasonal. So even the Eastern redbud, it has that beautiful spring, pink flower. Over the winter, it has a really interesting seed pod. Of course, pines and the evergreens are all going to stay green throughout the year. Hydrangea's got beautiful flowers midsummer and an interesting leaf pattern, and kind of the list goes on. So we wanted to make sure we're providing that both habitat as well as just something interesting to look at. Then the next slide should show more. I think we get more into what kind of our grasses and perennials. We're fortunate to have an area that's going to get sun, outside of everything underneath the canopy. So we're able to provide much more native and much more habitat for pollinators. So you'll see the milkweed, you'll see the anemone, hyssop, some nodding onion, sweet spire, a lot of things that just, again, we wanted to make sure that it was not just one pop of color, and it was kind of seasonal blooms from spring through fall. And the next slide. And then here we just wanted to show more of the native perennials and flowers. So these are your forbs. These are your pops of color throughout the year. So you've got butterfly weed and the autumn morgrass. All these kind of add a little bit of intrigue and interest throughout the season, as well as they survive certain topics. So we feel with this variety, it's both maintainable as well as aesthetically pleasing. And then at the same time, we didn't want to just put large swaths of the same plant because every plant, special. Every site is unique, so sometimes things don't make it. So we don't ever like to just do monoculture throughout. So that's why we provided a healthy variety of plantings throughout the space. Next slide. And then this is taking it home with some of the smaller plants and some of our bulbs. The hardest thing to get is that pop of color in the early part of the year, spring and late winter. So we always want to make sure that we're introducing some level of bulbs like snowdrops, even daffodils are a little early. Crocuses are certainly early. And then late spring, you'll get your globemaster aliums and your Mount Everest. So this is just, again, adding to the seasonal interest throughout the site, as well as pollinator habitat. Next slide.
All right, great. And so finally getting to the amenity deck. For the amenity deck, we focused on providing spaces for wellness, social gathering, and outdoor dining and cooking. So a part of the feature also provides a flexible space which can host fitness classes or small events, a dining area with grill stations, and a variety of seats to host different scales of gathering or working. In addition to that, raised planters, which will provide a variety of plantings for shade and respite for residents. We can go to the next slide. And that's it.
Thanks, Vijay. We'll pass this back to Bill now to go over the rest of the presentation.
Okay, so here we're just showing the speaking area of, the existing site in terms of how we're going to access both construction and finished circulation. Why don't you go to the next slide, Greg? This is a preliminary construction staging plan, and this is just a very preliminary version. We'll do much more detailed and in-depth construction staging plan in preparation for the building permit application. But we have McHugh Construction on our team. They're kind of top quality general contractors. They've done this kind of thing on important sites throughout the region, and will spare no effort in making sure that our project is a good neighbor during the construction period. Next slide. This came up in the DAPR discussion, so we wanted to just touch on it very briefly here. There's a question about the demand, quote, need for active adult housing, and we wanted to kind of respond to that. The Emerson will be only the second active adult building in Evanston for households 55 years of age and older. This would be a situation where people would choose. It's not like a nursing home or skilled care facility. It's active adults, perfectly independent, who choose to live in an age-restricted building with other people 55 years of age and older. Go to the next slide, please. This shows a little bit of demographic here. 2019 and 2024, people 55 to 74 and then 75 and over. This is our market demographic. So right now they're about 13,000, which will grow to about 15,000 in just a few years. Our building would have 168 units. I forget how many units the other active adult building will have, but even if it's in the same range, we're talking about 320, 350 units for the Evanston market for active adult. Even if 10% of the people 55 years of age and older would have interest in this kind of building, we're way short of supply for that demand. And certainly not everybody 55 and over wants to live in a building like this, an age-restricted building, but many people do, and we think somewhere in the range of 5 to 10% of the population would want to. So there's plenty of demand for this. Next slide. So we are not going to spend a lot of time on this. We know you're going to go through these in detail. We are aware of them. We did take these into consideration in the design of our project. We feel like we meet each of the required standards for approval. These are the special use approval standards. And next slide, please. There's also a set of standards for amendments, and so this slide, the amendment is for having residential use this is for the map amendment going from R6 to C1A. The special use would be for residential use only on the ground floor of a building in the C1A district. So a relatively benign special use, we feel, and frankly, I think the map amendment is relatively benign. We're just using the C1A district to build a residential building in a residential area. Next slide. There's one more set of standards. Again, we're not going to go into detail on this, but we again believe that our proposal meets each and every standard. Are we stuck on this? Okay, so here we go. Standards for plan developments in the C1A district. So this is kind of more of a fine print slide. And there are additional kind of technical and detailed standards that follow this. Again, we feel like we meet each of these particular standards and will meet the kind of performance standards that are part of this particular set of standards. Next slide, Greg.
I think we're there, Bill.
Okay, so we are finished with our formal presentation. Certainly happy to answer questions and comments and go back to visuals if we need to.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, are there any questions from commissioners of the applicant at this time?
I have a question.
Please.
Can you explain again, I'm sorry if I didn't get this, but why do you need to go from R6 to C1A?
Okay, because we would not be allowed the departures from district regulations in the R6 district. It could not be approved in the R6 district because there are these restrictions on the degree of departure from district regulations in a residential plan development. These restrictions don't exist in commercial and downtown districts.
And do you have a specific list of what those restrictions are so we can review?
Staff may have that.
Staff does have it. I know that there was, for example, a side yard restriction that would prevent us from going up, abutting the existing Perlman building to the north. So
Yeah.
that one example, it's kind of a waste of space to have a yard between our building and the Perlman building. There are no windows on the north side of the Perlman building. We're kind of losing space if we have a yard there. So that's one example of where we couldn't meet the district regulations or the caps on departures from district regulations in a residential plan development.
Yes, the separation between buildings that was the one that was the most problematic for this development, is they did want to abut the new building with the existing Perlman building.
Scott,
So that
I have a
even
question.
if it's the same building or same property?
Even if it's the same property. Yes, yeah, we're not dividing the lot. It's one parcel, one lot, and it was staff's interpretation that we couldn't, that we had to provide a yard between the two buildings.
Can I ask another question? Was the Link project, the one directly to the west, was it originally R6 and it went to C1A for similar, well, maybe not similar reasons, but for certain reasons?
My recollection is that it was zoned in a number of different ways. There was a few different zonings on the site because there are different parcels.
Right, it was primarily C1.
I get it. Okay.
Is there any other changes we need to be aware of in terms of parking or something along those lines, heights that change?
Well, I mean, our program is all detailed in the application. We've talked about parking. We have only a net increase of only 15 on-site parking spaces, but we have a lease agreement with the E2 building to take 50 of their structured parking spaces. We commit to being a fully transit-oriented building. People want their own space within the building, then maybe this is not the right project for them. So we don't think there's any kind of hidden aspects of the building that will create problems later. It's all up front, it's all presented here, and we think it's a very good program.
How long is that lease for the parking? How many years?
That is a good question. I don't know if Alicia is on. Alicia, do you happen to recall?
No, I don't know right now, but we will get back to you. I'm
sure we can get a 5-year.
Sure if it's a year or so, but I know it's a year at least.
Yeah, and we worked with staff on this particular aspect. Not that staff necessarily endorses our approach to parking, but they did provide us with parking counts of various buildings. How many are provided, how many are used. There is a significant oversupply of parking in this particular North Downtown area. And we have many options actually in terms of securing off-site parking spaces, and the city building just to the east is another option for off-site spaces if we need more off-site, and we've committed to providing all the parking that our residents want. Nobody will be left without a space if they want one.
I understand that the Link building, I was just talking to that developer, and the Link building has lots of spaces that they can't use. So I think, it's sort of telling us that in downtown areas that we are overparked on these new projects. So I'm actually glad to see that you're responding to the market rather than the zoning code, which I think is a little bit misguided in these areas. So the Link, look to those developers at the Link, because they can't use their parking.
Yes, there are many options.
On the parking a little bit further, has there been any research on the amount of vehicles the seniors usually have, and that you're providing enough to meet the specific ages? I'm just asking because we had a project come through here in Howard Street earlier this year, and they had a similar thing where they provided less parking than what was required, with the same adage saying that seniors use less. But it'd be just useful if you had some specific numbers to kind of back that up.
Study, and it's included in our application. It's kind of quite detailed and voluminous, and they cite a number of parking studies to arrive at a parking demand ratio for this proposed building. So the answer is yes, and the parking consultant said that, confirmed that our on-site parking plus, the 50 that we have arranged to lease off-site should be adequate for the demand. We're saying that if that is underestimating demand, the management of the building will secure additional off-site parking spaces for all residents who want them.
Would you have an objection to, as part of the PD approval, making this building an age-restricted development? 'Cause I don't think that's part of the current part of the approval, but would you have an objection to that?
Well, we thought it was. We're committing to that. We'll fully operate it as an age-restricted building.
I had a question about the alley. If we can go to a slide that shows the first floor.
Sure, one moment, I'll get there.
Yeah, thank you.
I think I'm running past now. Hold on a second. Does this one work for, or?
All I'm seeing is the standards.
The standard slide up there, Greg. There we.
Okay, there we go.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Not an
elevation. There we
not
go.
an elevation. Yeah, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. All right, perfect.
Elevation view. Here?
Okay, so yes, so where does this? Oh no, the last one, the green that shows. Oh,
the green floor plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
First floor plan.
Okay. One moment, it will get there.
And there might be a bit of a lag, I'm not sure, but.
Yeah, I think it's both a lag on my end and then across the internet too. Should pop up here in a second for everybody.
So I'll just start with my question, but the ramp to get into the garage from the alley, where is that in relation to the parking entrance for the Link to the west? Is the Link's parking access farther north of this building?
It is. It's further up a little bit more, directly across from the parking ramp that you can see dashed. There's a little bit of an inset there, but it's a little bit further to the north.
Okay.
It's not directly across from this.
Okay. And then with respect to the loading dock, that seems, even for a 16-foot alley, it seems pretty. It seems like it would be pretty tight for backing into the loading dock and not blocking the alley. Is that just my untrained eye, or?
It is tight, but we did, part of the reason it works. First of all, we did do a turn study. We didn't have it as a part of this presentation, but we did have our civil engineer do an overlay with a number of vehicles to make sure that we could get in and out of that loading dock area. But also because the building is set back a few feet from the alley, it's buying some extra space to allow those turns to work correctly into that loading dock.
Okay. I didn't get a chance to go over to the site before the meeting today, but my recollection from the Links plan development meetings was that there was going to be some form of sidewalk or walkway, something for the residents of Sherman Gardens, which is the co-op, I believe, to the south of this proposed building. That co-op also owns an interior lot west and north of this property. It's sort of landlocked, only accessible through the alley, and it serves as the parking for that development. I presume you've been out there, so I'm just asking the question: is there a path, or are those current residents of Sherman Gardens going to be sharing the the alley with not only the Link vehicles, but also the vehicles of this development as well?
I think the answer to that is yes. I think they're going to walk in the alley, like alleys everywhere. This was a question raised within the DAPR in terms of traffic in the alley. How much traffic are we adding in the alley? So we have 37 spaces underneath our building.
Mm-hmm.
And, so if we have, 5 or 10 cars an hour going out of our underground parking facility, that's going to be a lot. So we don't think we're adding. We will have some loading activity, but frankly, not very much. Move-in, move-outs will be relatively rare. We'll have some servicing, but we don't have a restaurant in the building. We don't have that kind of commercial activity. So we don't think that there will be a lot of truck traffic either.
How did you determine the the height that you wanted on this building?
It was a process. We started with an 11-story building to match the Perlman building, and found that it really wasn't providing us the, frankly, the subsidy that we needed for the affordable buildings, for the affordable units. So as Rich said, the financing here depends on, number one, free land, and number two, the market rate buildings, market rate units, helping to subsidize the affordable units in the missing middle. So we needed to create actually a very first-class building to get first-class market rents, top of the market rents, and that is how we can subsidize the affordable units without having any special financing like low-income tax credits.
Mm-hmm. All right. Any other commissioners have questions at this time, or should we open it to the public? All right. Let's see. There was a list of individuals who signed up prior to the meeting tonight. I will go through their names first, and then if there's other individuals on the call that would like to ask questions, you will have the opportunity to do so. A reminder that the time for questions is for questions asked in earnest. Rhetorical questions or argumentative questions, this isn't the time or place for them. If you have a comment, and I'm sure there are people that have strongly held views on this development, as all developments that come through here, those comments should be saved for the comment section. You'll have the opportunity to speak. So with that, The first person on my list is a Linda Del Bosque. Bosque. Linda, tell me if I pronounced that correctly.
Oh, hi, good evening. You did. Thank you.
All right,
I'm stretching while I was listening to this. It's just tell me again before I ask so much my questions go into discussion. What's the next step after this? It goes to council for approval. Is that correct?
So the steps are, yes, we'll complete this hearing, and provided there isn't a request for continuance, the commission will deliberate, either provide a thumbs up or thumbs down recommendation to the city council, and the city council will then take that under advisement and make their own determination whether to approve or deny it. We just make recommendations, they make the decisions.
Sure. Okay, great. So first and foremost, I believe the executive director, Mancho, had repeatedly used the word affordable housing, as well as Mr. James, in speaking to the community and the commission and the Plan Commission. I feel that the word affordable housing has been overly used in planning this development, now that the Housing Authority of Cook County is going into private development on their own land.
Ms. Del Bosque,
My question
I'm going to need you to get to the question, please.
Yeah, I am. I'm coming there. And I'm running for alderwoman, so it's very important for the first ward that I understand what's going in my ward and why it's going in my ward. So we had a very long discussion about this tonight, and I really need to know what's going on, not only for myself, but for my constituents and our community, because I don't understand why we only have 50 apartment units available for affordable housing, as we have over 300 families that are homeless. So can you tell me, Mr. James, or the executive director, why is it only 50 if you're in the business of affordable housing?
Yes. So
I can answer that, Bill, at first. And then, do you want to start off?
Well, I just want to say the trend in providing affordable housing is to accommodate that affordable housing in mixed income developments. The creation of concentration of poverty, where you have people all of a low income living in a building on a particular development, that has been determined to be a bad model. So we think that a mixed income building is a better approach, and to spread affordable housing throughout all of the communities in a mixed income setting is the proper approach for this.
I appreciate it, but 50 out of 267, I'm not sure what the ratio is there.
No, can I add? Let me jump in here, please. Okay, so the ratio is there's 117 market rate units and 51 affordable. There's no private developer that will ever be able to finance this, because it far exceeds the number of affordable units that are required. And because this is a public project, it is totally within our mission. Believe me, the payback to the Housing Authority comes over a very long time. This is a huge long-term investment by the Housing Authority to put 51 affordable apartments here. No private equities involved. This is all money that we're putting in to get this loan to bring 51 affordable apartments to this area of Evanston. So I would say that—
Plus the missing middle.
I was missing middle for a very long time here in Evanston until I reached my bracket 96.5 a year. So what I'm going to ask you is, I understand what you've been saying. I'm an interior design major from Harrington. I get all this. What I would like to know is that how are we going to be able to promise our community that 51 units are going to be given back to our Evanston community versus quote across Cook County? So that's number one, most important. How can we secure those 51 units for families here in Evanston?
Okay, so like all of our affordable housing, all over the county, we have waiting lists. And here, we're going to have a site-based waiting list. Mm-hmm. So the guarantee to Evanston runs afoul of fair housing laws. But I can guarantee you, and I've said this to the staff and I've said it to the community, we will do a site-based list and have on-site applications for housing. We're going to market heavily in Evanston. And whenever we do these lower income apartments in the northern suburbs, we've subsidized a lot of units that private developers build. So we know how this model works. The vast majority of the folks that move in are either from that specific community or from the nearby community. So while I'm unable to, due to federal law, to give an absolute guarantee, my guarantee to you is that we're going to work with your offices, the city of Evanston, the list you already keep for folks who can qualify for inclusionary housing, and do our very best to make sure every single person in Evanston knows about this opportunity and gets on the list as quickly as possible.
I have two more and I'll be finished quickly. Minority women in the business. We know that Boeing was on the project for Robert Crown. We know, and I know personally because I was hands-on, boots on the ground, getting people to work on the development. How are we going to be able to secure people who actually live in Evanston to be on this project? Because we have a lot of talented and skilled traded people who actually physically live here. We need to secure them jobs if this was to go through, even though I oppose it 100%, because right now, yeah, that's not important. We need to physically secure Evanston community residents. How are we going to be able to make sure that they're the ones on the job? Because Boeing didn't do that for Robert Crown. And the second question is, before you do that, we have wonderful, again, landscaping businesses here in Evanston. Why did you go out, not to say or impede the talents or skill that you have found, but why did you go outside of Evanston to bring in a landscaping company when we have many that house here, women businesses, as well as family-owned businesses that are Evanstonians that have been here for many years? The important thing is here is to really invest in our community.
Yes, we agree. So understand that we had to do this was a very competitive procurement. I think we had 16 bids. We are governed by federal procurement law, but I can assure you that, and we've made the guarantee in writing, that at least 5 of we're going to provide a lot of jobs, because not only because we have to by federal law, because we do it, as you heard me state in our mission statement, but at least 5 and up to 10 of the employees that are hired will be from Evanston. And I absolutely hope to exceed that. I hope to work with the students at Evanston Township High School on apprenticeships. We do that in other parts of the county. So no, we're looking forward, believe me. We chose Evanston for a reason, and that's to take advantage of the vibrancy. And we absolutely want to give back.
And we will honor our commitment to employ Evanston workers per our public benefit statement, and we will be held accountable to that by the city, and we'll have to document compliance with that.
Okay, with all due respect, I'm going to go ahead and leave it here. Thank you for time reasons.
All right, thank you. Mr. Let's see, Michael Dowling.
Interject, please. I have requested a continuance on the hearing of this project. My name is Bruce Enenbach.
I'm sorry. Now,
Can you hear me?
Bruce, I can hear you, but the time to make that request will be at the end of the question and answer portion.
Megan Jones informed me that after the presentation was the appropriate time. So
Yeah, I'm sorry. There is a bit of confusion because I think it was just this last meeting we changed our rules and changed the procedure slightly. No longer has to be in writing, but you can make an oral request for a continuance, and you need to state the testimony, like the portion of the testimony that you wish to rebut that you heard today. So it's not the time for that, but I rest assured I'm aware that there will be a request for continuance.
okay, well, I have made a request via email, and I guess I have to wait until the question period is over. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Michael Dowling. Are you on the call, Mr. Dowling? All right, we will move on. Let's see. Sue Lolbach. Ms. Lolbach, are you with us?
Hi, yes, I'm with you. I don't have a question, I have a comment, so I'll speak later.
Great, thank you, Ms. Lolbach. Ms. Kelly, Kira Kelly. Hello?
Hi, sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, I wondered if the developer has, he mentioned that he's right, there is a brand new 19-story active senior housing development down the block. And it was launched pretty much just before the COVID outbreak. And, I wondered if they looked into the occupancy rate of that building. And also, I haven't really heard anything mentioned about COVID as far as what the demand is going to be for seniors to be in, dense high-rise settings. I have seen some business media coverage that says kind of all bets are, that's not really, that may not be as successful as an area in real estate anymore. So I think that's an important point. Also, this will be the fourth or fifth luxury high-rise approved in the last few years. And from what I understand, occupancy is nowhere near full. And so I just wondered about those things. If they've looked into the occupancy rate at the nearby senior housing, as well as the Albion and all of these luxury housing buildings that we have.
The answer is yes, we have. We looked at the occupancy of all of the high rises. And I didn't put that on the screen. We have that information. Our market consultant, Tracy Cross and Associates, maintains a current proprietary database of all of this. All of the occupancy, occupancy levels at the high-rise buildings that are completed and were leased up is over 90%, minimum 90%, and the velocity of leasing up of new buildings is very strong. All of these data suggest that there is still quite strong demand for downtown high-rise apartment units.
So you're saying that the Avador down the block that just launched basically is 90% full?
I didn't say that. I said that the new buildings that are still leasing up have a high velocity of monthly leasings, that people moving in on a monthly basis, that demonstrates that there's strong demand. And the
do you have similar data for projecting, in the context of COVID, and for instance, Northwestern students, more than half will not be on campus. Again, the seniors who are the most susceptible to, to COVID and such, have you looked at data? Does your consultant have data projecting forward in this sort of new world of COVID?
Well, the answer to that is no. I think the COVID world is still new, is still evolving. I think we're all hopeful that there won't be a COVID world in 5 years from now. But there are no firm data that show the effects of COVID, frankly, on market conditions throughout, any number of market areas.
Okay, and then my next question is, I wonder why not pursue the low income tax credit as part of this, just to either have more affordable housing units or not put this kind of height on the residents to set a precedent with this kind of height in a residential area. This is dramatically higher than it's supposed to be, and it really will affect things going forward of us residents after, I know you guys say, oh, don't worry about the height, don't think about the height, but we're the ones who have to live with it. And the next developer will come along and use your building as a precedent and want to build in the residential area a 16-story, glassy high rise and even higher. So just wondered why not also pursue the low income tax credits that maybe could relieve the height a bit.
I can answer that, Bill. So Your question's a good one. Let me, and I've thought about this. Let me speak to the precedent. This is absolutely not going to be a precedent because there's no way that a private developer would be able to finance this building, a building with 168 units, and put 51 affordable units and do a landscape design like we've done and provide an architecturally significant building because the margins aren't there. I'm the one that has to finance this thing, and I can tell you that the margins aren't there. So this is unique. I think we said that starting going forward. This is unique because it's public funds without needing an internal rate of return that the development community needs. That's why we can, in essence, write down 51 apartments. So we realize that this committee is considering this this extra height, and it's a very important consideration. But my argument back is, I think the public benefit is immense, and the precedent is that no private developer, because of the way this financing works, would ever be able to build this because there's basically no profit in it.
Well, the thing is, they won't put the affordable housing, but in Northwestern, this is a very desirable area for a developer to put a huge,
Ms.
mega
Kelly,
development.
Ms.
Okay,
Kelly.
I'm just saying that it will, next thing you know, we will see it on the next developer's PowerPoint that this is the precedent and it was approved by
Ms.
Planning
Kelly,
Commission. So-
Ms. Kelly, that you're getting into comments, like
Okay.
you're just eliciting facts at this point, okay?
Okay.
And if I could just respond to the question, in addition to what Rich said, typically tax credits are used for tax credit only projects, not in a mixed income type of development program. So that is important to consider. And also, when you look at the ideal mix of market rate to affordable units, typically that ideal mix is 2 to 1 or better market rate to affordable, so that the affordable units are distributed and not concentrated.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. All right, so that's the end of my list. I'm just remembering now that Zoom has a function where you can digitally raise your hand, and I can see who has their hand raised. So if you have questions, click the button to raise your hand, and I will call on you. The one person who thankfully reminded me of this feature is a Ms. Jen Karlovitz. Ms. Karlovitz, do you have a question you'd like to ask?
Not Ms., please. Just say nothing. Use my name. Don't call me Ms. It's
Okay.
MX.
Okay.
So my first question is, it says building residents shall not be eligible for residential on-street parking permits in the area. And so my question is, can this be done? Is this allowed? Is this legal?
That's a question for staff.
Yeah,
Mr.
that
Manning?
has been a condition of approval on other planned developments previously, particularly those that were seeking allowances for the amount of parking.
So it's been done and it's held.
Yes, that's correct.
So then my second question was, so it says in addition to any property taxes, and then it talks about an annual payment in lieu of taxes. So I just was not really clear about why it's saying in lieu of taxes when it says in addition to taxes. So
I think I might be able to answer this one. So there was the existing plan development approved in 1976 for the Pearlman buildings, and that was a condition there, the payment in lieu of taxes. So that condition is basically just saying that payment in lieu of taxes was agreed upon in 1976 shall continue. The new building, as I understand it, would generate property taxes.
So the current building, the property as currently constituted is exempt from taxation, but makes a payment in lieu of taxes to the city pursuant to that 1970s agreement, Mr. Mangum. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and because of the market rate rentals proposed on the new structure, that activity would remove that portion of the building from the exempt status. So that would generate taxes pursuant to the assessor's valuation, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you. All right. We have a number of people still here. Is there anyone else that has, oh, here we go. We have a Larry Donahue.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, please.
My name is Larry Donahue, and I'm the chair of Evanston's Housing and Homelessness Commission. And I strongly support this project that the Housing Authority of Cook County is proposing for 1900 Sherman. The main reasons I support the project are these. First, the project will provide a significant number of new affordable units for seniors in Evanston.
Mr. Donahue?
Yes, sir.
Now's the time for questions.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you were turning it over to
there'll be a
comments.
comment portion in a little bit. So,
sorry.
I should have caught you earlier, but it's late in the night. So just save your comments in support for that portion of the meeting, please. But if you have any other questions, please feel free.
Questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. Any other questions?
Yes, I raised my hand like 3 times.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this Miss
Tina Payton.
Tina? Hello. Hello
Yes.
again.
Hi.
All right, please.
Okay, so maybe question for staff or the developer. It's currently zoned R6 and want to go to C1A. Is this called spot zoning?
Scott, why don't you address that, please?
The applicant has requested to change the zoning. The property directly to the west of this, the link, 811 Emerson, was also rezoned C1A. So this property is contiguous, separated by an alley, but adjacent to the existing C1A zoning district.
But it's spot zoning. The link was spot zoning as well.
That's argumentative. If
Well, I just want to know because
he's not,
Scott knows the answer to this.
he answered the
He
question.
didn't say whether it was spot zoning, yes or no.
He said no because it's contiguous to the current C1A zoning to the west via the alley. Do you have another question?
Yes, I do.
Please.
So you are not having any storefront, no stores on your building?
No uses at all.
Okay. So did you do a shadow study for your presentation?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and that's included in the documents online?
It is, yes.
Okay. So also, let's say, so this is a 55 plus building, correct?
Yes.
So the building at the Perlman, there were persons that were allowed in the building that were not 55 because they had a
disability.
Yes. Is this going to be consistent with this building as well?
No.
And then also, let's say that you have a grandmother that is taking care of her grandkids. Do you have any 3 or 4 bedroom apartments that she would be available to apply for in this unit?
No, we don't.
This building is not for families.
Well, we have 2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms and studios.
Is it affordable housing? Because it appeared that most of your affordable units were 1 bedroom. You have 2 bedroom affordable units?
The vast majority are 1 bedrooms. Greg, do we have any two-bedroom affordable units?
I'll need to double check the matrix. I'll look that up right now, but I believe we do have a few designated.
So why do you feel like the building adjacent, the Link, had to go from, I believe, 14 stories down to the current building? So how do you feel that your project would justify the additional height over the Link?
Well, one reason, which I tried to point out earlier, is if you look at our building, our proposal in a holistic sense, I think this is then made clear. So the Link building has absolutely no green space around it. It's almost lot line to lot line. And so the mass of building is spread over the whole site. And we have substantial open space setbacks. And if we built lot line to lot line, we could reduce our height substantially, maybe get down to 10 stories like the Link building. But frankly, we wouldn't want to do that because we think that's an ugly building. I wouldn't say the Link building is ugly, but we think having no green space, A, is not residential in character, B, doesn't provide any amenities for the occupants of the building in terms of outdoor space, and we think it is not aesthetically pleasing. So that's one justification for going 16 stories, is that we are going vertical and spreading instead of spreading out right to the lot line. And I think if you were to see a massing study of a building on our site spread the lot line to lot line, nobody would like it.
Okay, so do you take, in this building, do you take the housing choice voucher or connections for the homeless or any affordable housing programs? Are they allowed to apply for these units in this building?
I'll let Rich answer that.
Well, of course they would. It's because if somebody needs affordable housing, especially from Evanston, we want them to apply.
So currently, I'm not clear about the property tax. Because you're the Housing Authority of Cook County, and you say that you give in lieu of payment for property tax, how much property tax do you feel that you will be paying on this building annually?
That assessment hasn't been done, but I think the chairman explained it. Mr. Chairman, I mean, I thought your explanation was on target.
Yeah, my understanding is that the current activities on the site are such that the assessor would treat them as exempt from taxation. So the property does not generate a tax bill. It's an assessment of zero. The new development, and again, this is just my understanding of the situation. The new development and the inclusion of market rate rental would create a non-exempt activity on the site, and the assessor would then assess the building to the extent of the non-exempt activity. And the assessor runs its algorithm and figures out what it believes it's the non-exempt activity is, the value of that is every year. We'll assess it, and a tax bill will be generated. So that's in a nutshell.
Okay. Also, earlier when you came to the city of Evanston and talked about this project, it was kind of implying that you were going to work together with the city and possibly going to ask for funding. Will you be asking the city of Evanston for affordable housing funds?
No.
Well, we did. They said no.
Right.
Well,
we've already been denied.
Right, but I'm asking, people asked 2 or 3 times, so I'm asking, will you be asking again?
It is not our intent, no.
But possibly.
It is not our intent.
We've found a way to finance the building without financial assistance from the city of Evanston, so we do not expect to ask.
So you're fully funded now and you're not asking anyone for
We
anything?
have commitments for funding.
Okay. And what do you think the rents would be on your market rate units?
Well, I don't have the pro forma in front of me.
Mr. Manacchio should be able to answer that.
He should be. I should be too, but I don't have that in front of me.
I can give a range of the rents in the building.
Sure, I would like to hear that.
Yeah, this
I
is
believe it
still,
was in the application packet. The rents are included in there.
Well, he can say it real quick. Doesn't
The
take
rent-
but a second.
Amy could, you want to, the rent ranges are from $1,316 to $3,046.
But that 13 is for the fair market rents, is that not right?
That's right, the fair market rent
Okay.
under the project-based voucher program.
So as I understand it, the one bedrooms will rent for around $2,000 a month for market rate, depending on location, floor, views, that kind of thing.
And so what do you feel like the build out time for this project if you're going to be approved?
Hey, are you still with us? I believe, Greg, did we not say
Yeah.
about 16 months?
Yeah, I think we're looking at about 16 months, assuming groundbreaking sometime at the beginning of 2021.
And
So probably around mid 2022.
And what measures of security for your building site do you have in place? As the Link had a very serious accident during their building and a person died, what measures do you have in place so you can avoid this situation for the safety of the workers and the community?
So that will be part of our construction management plan. And I said, as part of the presentation, we just have a rough shell of that right now. We'll go into much more detail. It will be reviewed by the city of Evanston as part of our building permit application. And their experts will work with our experts to come up with the safest plan possible for construction and to safeguard passersby as well.
Okay, I'll ask just one more question. So besides the trees and bushes in the front of your building, what other public benefits do you have for the neighbors in this community?
Well, we went through the list of public benefits. We do believe that affordable housing is first and foremost. So, the 51 units of affordable housing we think is a public benefit. And just to point out that since the adoption of Evanston's inclusionary housing ordinance, no development has provided the affordable housing called for there. They paid the fee in lieu of. So even the market rate unit, the market financing projects, which only would require 10%, nobody has provided that. So I think this emphasizes the difficulty in providing affordable housing in terms of financing, and we've done that. So that is kind of first and foremost. We will have security cameras on the building. We will employ Evanston residents as part of the construction for the site.
Will that be in writing?
It is in writing. It's going to be part of the ordinance for
Part of the application and then part of what's going to be what's going to be voted on, Ms. Payton.
Okay, well, I just wanted to know because the enforcement of Robert Crown and the employment of Evanston residents was neglected, including the MWEBE consistently talked to Robert Crown, and they said that the residents of Evanston did not have the qualifications to work on these projects. So I'm wondering how you will ensure that.
Well, that's a city enforcement issue, and
Okay, so can Scott answer that?
Upon elected officials and the city staff to enforce the ordinance, but the applicant is proposing to provide what they're going to provide and put in the construction management plan and all that. So
Okay, so that's my last question for there, but I do have a question for staff. The developer refers to a north downtown plan. I thought that there was no north downtown plan. Is that true? And if so, where can I find that? Because I thought that that was not in play.
Yeah, as you may recall, there's a North Downtown Plan draft that was developed. It was not adopted by the City Council. And I think as noted earlier, this site was not included within that plan.
Okay, they just made a reference to it in their presentation, so I just wanted to talk to them about that. Okay,
right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Payton. All right, I see there is a Marcia that has raised her hand. Marcia?
Thank you very much. So I have questions.
Pardon me, just to begin with, can you please provide your full name?
Marcia Cole, C-O-L-E.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we're just asking questions and then later I can have a comment as a resident of.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question number one, will the permanent tenants be able to use the rooftop on the building next door?
Rich, I think you need to answer this.
The,
Will residents be able to use the roof terrace?
No, as the building's planned right now, the rooftop amenities and the other amenities are for the residents who live in the building.
Okay. Question number two, will the subsidized apartments be mixed throughout the building? So you have from the first floor to the 16th, will subsidized people be mixed within the building, or will they be put all on one or two floors?
No, they won't be put on one or two floors. The affordable units are
They will be mixed within?
If you let me finish, please.
Okay.
The affordable units are interspersed. They don't go up to the 15th floor, however, but they are interspersed throughout the building because, we don't believe in anything else. We're building this because we want to integrate income mixes. And we have that in our plan where exactly the affordable units are.
Okay. Question number three. If these apartments that are market rent don't get rented, can they be opened up to seniors?
Well, this will be an age-restricted building, both market rate and affordable. So all the tenants will be 55 and older.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, no, the question is, someone else had made a comment that there are a lot of high-rise buildings being built in Evanston that have not been yet rented. They are still empty. I am just asking if by chance you're not able to rent all of these market rate buildings, can they then be made available to seniors at subsidized rent?
That will be that'll be up to the housing authority. The landlord, they can. 51 units are going to be restricted as far as they can't charge more than a certain amount. There's nothing stopping them from charging less if they can't rent.
That was my question.
Yes. That's yes. The answer to your question is yes.
Okay, so there is a possibility that if something goes awry, that maybe these apartments could be opened up. Question number 4, and then I'll move on. There's already a list of people who are on a waiting list now. Will you draw from that list, or will you start a new list?
We'll start a new list.
You'll start a new list. And what happens to the people who are on the old list?
Well, the people on the old list will stay on that list, and then when a unit in Pearlman comes open, the next person eligible will get the unit. But that doesn't stop somebody who's on the Pearlman list from also being on the Emerson list.
So you can be on both lists,
Sure.
but you must apply for the second building.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all of my questions, and I'll save the rest for the comment. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, let's see. Are there any other people with questions at this time? I don't have anyone else raising their hand. I'm sorry.
I have a question, if I may ask.
Please state your name.
My name is Lofton Williams. I'm a resident of the J&R Permanent Apartments.
Okay, great. Please ask your questions.
This question is for HACC and the staff. Why is there discrimination toward people who are also disabled but under the age of 55 to gain residency in this new building, proposed building?
So the question is, you have a policy of allowing disabled people in the Pearlman building?
Yeah, I can answer it again ask that again if he wants me to.
No.
Why is there discrimination?
I wanted to rephrase it so that they make sure you get the answer that you're looking for here. So
why aren't people that are not 55 and up allowed to live in the new building? Who are also disabled?
Because it's age restricted to 55 and over. And the Pearlman is 100% affordable, and the Emerson will be mixed income. All of it will be 55 and over. All the residents will be 55 and over.
Yeah, I understand that, but why are there discriminations toward people who are 55 and younger, or 54 and younger?
We're discriminating against everybody who's 55 and younger, not just disabled people.
So there's no chance for anyone who's under 55 to gain access into this building, even though they're on disability, they are disabled, they have access to this housing or affordable housing, they can't move in.
That's the current policy.
All right, my second question is, I know they're going to be spread out as far as the apartments, but there are 51 of them. How many of them are actually for people who are wheelchair bound?
This building is fully accessible. Greg, you want to talk about this, please?
Yeah, I can answer that one. Let me just pull up the data here. One moment, sorry. We're going to be complying. In total, we'll be providing 20% of the units as either type A, which is either built out already or with the ability to be built out to be fully accessible. Out of that 20%, 5% of the total, or a quarter of that 20%, will be built out at the time of construction as fully accessible units.
Okay. And will any of the affordable housing units be in the O1 or O2 tier?
I'm not sure what O1 or O2 tier is.
The east facing and south, east and south.
And I'm sorry, was that in reference to the accessible units?
Yes.
No, to the affordable units and accessible units, yes.
I can speak to this too. We're looking at distributing these equally around the building. So both the affordable units will have some views facing the lake or all four directions. And the accessible units are going to be distributed both vertically and horizontally. In other words, all four views as well. Okay. And in relation to the accessible units in particular, we're looking to strike a balance so it's evenly distributed throughout.
Okay. And my last question for the Housing Authority, what is the policy or what is the procedure for the policy to change? Like how do I go about changing that policy, or how do I go about trying to get that policy changed to let people that are under the age of 55 into the building?
I'm going to jump in for a second, Mr. Williams, is that as it's currently being proposed, the ordinance would require that it be 55 and older. I believe that that's going to be the case. So there would need to be a change to the ordinance, not only to their not only to the HACC's policy, but also to the ordinance that would be approved. Now, obviously, it hasn't been approved, and it can be changed by the city council. They can approve whatever they want, right? But as currently proposed, this is a building for seniors. This is I think there's been at least one or two other buildings in the last few years that have come through a PD process through our commission, and they've been approved. And part of the ordinance says that this building is going to be a 55 and older building. And you know, I'm not 55 either, and I can't live in them either. So I get it.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, do you have any more questions, Mr. Williams?
No, that's my last question. Thank you for your help.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, any other questions from anyone else on this call?
I had one last question. This is Kira Kelly. It's
Okay.
been said several times, and I'm reading the staff memo here, that the site to the west was rezoned to C1A district concurrent with the planned development approval. I just wonder, before there was a dry cleaner and a 7-Eleven. So it was my understanding, sitting through those meetings, it was a few years ago, but that it always was C1A. Because again, it's a commercial, there were commercial businesses there. So if not, what was it before? And is this accurate? I'm almost sure that it was C1A when it was a dry cleaner.
Ms. Kelly, like I said earlier, my recollection of that meeting, and obviously it's been like 3 years now, is that the site was mixed zoning. So here we go. Let's see. I'm just pulling it up right now. It was C1 and R5. Okay, and it was changed to C1A. So there was a number of parcels that were combined for the.
Which part was R5, the 7-Eleven or the dry cleaner?
You know what? For all I know, I don't have that information. But for all I know, it could have been both. Could have been C1, and maybe there was a sliver or another or small piece somewhere that was R5.
Okay, so I just kind of think that's important for the record, that it wasn't the same situation where it was clearly residential, then it was designated rezoned to C1A. There were commercial businesses there, so it was.
Absolutely. It was a commercial parcel that also had a residential piece, but obviously, any portion of the link parcel that was being utilized was being utilized commercially and not.
Yeah.
Not residential.
Okay. Well, thanks for making that distinction, because I think it's important.
Okay, thank you. All right, so not hearing anyone else that wants to ask any questions. Now, if there's someone who would like a continuance on this matter, you can request that continuance now, and you'll need to state the testimony or the issues that you would like to rebut and gather evidence for during the period of continuance.
Yes, this is Bruce Sennenbach, and we spoke earlier.
Yes, sir.
In accordance with the rules and as a residence within 1,000 feet of the project, I hereby request a continuance of the hearing on this project. I can find nothing in the Plan Commission rules online that asks for any specific rebuttal in advance. If this is a new rule, it's not in your rule book.
The rule book hasn't been updated because it's literally that fresh.
Well, then I come to you and abide by it. But anyway, I request a continuance as a residence within 1,000 feet at 723 Emerson.
Can you give us an idea of the testimony or the portion of the presentation that you wish to rebut?
My rebuttal would revolve around the excessive height relative to code, the rather meager public benefits, as well as the reasoning behind the C1A zoning ask, as there is no commercial component contemplated or referenced in their plans or material.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, request having been received, Mr. Mangum or Ms. Jones, what is the next date for that we can put this matter on our agenda?
September 30th is the next anticipated Plan Commission meeting date.
Okay. Are we gonna have to vote on that?
Yes, it would need to be voted for continuance to a date certain.
Okay, so
I'm sorry to interject. This is Bruce Enenbach again. If it makes any difference, I am out of town that day.
And also the agenda on today's agenda lists the next meeting as October 14th. But I did hear about a September 30th meeting that also even had another giant plan development, which I haven't seen listed anywhere publicly. Is that going to be 2 giant plan developments on one night?
You know
it's
how
not even listed anywhere.
We like to pack in the fun.
Let the good times roll.
So, Mr. Mangum, what's the there's the September 30th, and then there's what's the date after that?
I believe that's October 14th.
October 14th. All right. So, what we're going to do is we're going to vote on a continuance, and then for those individuals that have been waiting patiently and would like to make a comment one way or the other on this project, you will have the opportunity to make that comment. And then, but if you make a comment today, we're going to keep a list, and we're going to ask that that you don't make a comment on the continued date for this item. So if you think you'd like to wait until everything's been presented, then you can wait. But if you've been waiting patiently today and would like to make your comment, we are here to hear you. Having heard the request for continuance, we are left with 2 dates, commissioners, September 30th or October 14th. Do I have a motion to continue this matter to one of those dates? And if so, which one?
I move to continue this to October 14th.
Okay. Motion's on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Draper. Ms. Jones, roll call for the vote, please. You're on mute, Ms. Jones. Oh, there you go.
I'm good. Okay. Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall?
She's
recused.
Oh, that is correct. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo?
You're on mute, Commissioner Hugo.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Commissioner Halleck?
Yes.
Commissioner Draper?
Yes.
And Chair Isaac?
Yes. All right. This matter will be continued on October 14th to October 14th, 2020 at 7 p.m. There will be no further notices issued for that meeting or this continued item. That being said, I'm going to go through my initial list of individuals that spoke or that asked questions, and then we'll open it to other members of the public for their comments. I'm going to set my timer. Mr. Mangum, remind me again, is it, we have a 2-minute limitation on comments? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Linda Del Bosque.
Thank you. We understand that there's gentrification going on currently right now in Evanston in wards 5 and 2. I really feel that this building we're in a huge deficit here in the city of Evanston. I don't think this building is going to be profitable for Evanston. Yes, we do need affordable housing, but for the 55 and older, I believe they're going to be coming from wards 2 and 5 for the gentrification reason. So for that, I feel like we are totally opposing this at this moment. There's no reason to have this building. The 16th floor for extra funding. I worked in senior living, senior housing before I started my career. And currently right now, I oversee a medical media firm for the 50+ demographic. And Evanston is not a high mark for senior housing. And it hasn't been. And if it has been, it would have been. So I just feel like this gentrification that's going on in wards 2 and 5, this is what this housing's for. So I think there's more reason for this going up. And that's all I have to say, and I'm against it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Del Bosque. Next is Michael Dowling. I don't believe he answered last time I called his name. Mr. Dowling? Okay, we'll move on to Sue Lolbach. Is Lolbach still with us? Oops.
Yes, I am. I'm going to hold my comments until the next session. Although I would like to just say, I think it would be great if the people in this new building were treated as well as the people in the doggy daycare that we heard so much about earlier. So, and I'm sure they will be. Thank you.
Ms. Kelly, Kira Kelly.
Hi, I'll hold my comment until the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then we're going to open it up to members of the public. It looks like Marcia, and if I'm remembering correctly, your last name is Cole.
Yes, it is, and I am going to wait to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Let's see, anyone else?
Well, I don't have a long comment. I just want to say thank the board and thank Rich and his team. I don't know exactly what's going on with this proposal, but their experience with me that I've had with them so far has been amazing. He's been first class with me, so I thank him for his service.
All right, that's Mr. Lofton Williams, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else? All right, with that, we're closing the books today on 20 PLND-0039. It is continued to October 14th, 2020 at 7 p.m. More likely than not on a Zoom call. So thank you all for that. I'm sure a number of you will be signing off. We have, I believe, one more item on our agenda. Oh my Lord, let's see. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's the end of our new business. Our other business, we have election of officers and appointments to committees. Let's see. Scott and Megan, how do you want to handle this?
We don't have a presentation or chart per se to put up on this screen. So I guess the first order of business with regards to this would be election of officers, so chair and vice chair.
Okay. All right, so for chair, Are there any nominations for Chair of the Plan Commission?
Mr. Chair, I'll give a nomination.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Halleck as chair.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Sure, I'll second. Hi, I'm back.
All right, it's second. Any other nominations for chair?
I'll nominate Chair Isaac.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, Commissioner Hugo. Any other nominations, or anyone want to be commissioner or be chairman?
Question, Mr. Isaac, are you cycling off the Plan Commission after, isn't this your second term?
This is my second term. My term ends in, I believe, April of next year.
Oh, got it. I was under the impression maybe from last time's meeting that you were cycling off earlier, but.
Yeah, and so maybe a little bit of background for the commission. Traditionally, elections are held in December of each year. Last December, there were a couple of circumstances. I believe we had some vacancies, and also the city council was considering an amendment. There had been a referral from an alderman to change the way the chair was selected by the Plan Commission. So instead of it being selected by its membership as it is currently, there was a suggestion to change it to be nominated and selected by the mayor of Evanston. Ultimately, the city council decided not to make that change. So that was one of the reasons we're a little bit behind, have kind of held off on elections at this point. Okay. So just to be clear with the commission, this would be an election essentially for the remainder of this year, and then December, be here before we know it. There would be the opportunity for elections for the 2021 year.
Got it. Okay.
All right. So I don't know how this usually works. Scott or Megan, you guys have been done this before, so I think I think you should take the lead here.
Can I suggest something? I'd like to withdraw my nomination, given the what we just heard. So.
Withdraw my motion too.
Yeah, good.
I'll withdraw the second.
Are you sure? Because Commissioner Halleck, if you want to be
no, I am
chairperson.
No,
we can make him vice chair, and then we can elect him in December. How about that?
Well, I am withdrawing my nomination. So.
That's withdrawn. So I think the next step, if there's no other nominations, would be to vote on the nomination for chair, and then we can move on to nominations for vice chair.
Okay. Megan, you want to take roll?
Sure thing. All right, Commissioner Westerberg.
I am voting for Chair Isaac. Is that correct?
Correct, for the remainder of 2020.
Are you?
Just want to make sure. Yes, I'm voting for him. Absolutely.
Commissioner Linwall.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, vote for Isaac.
Commissioner Hugo.
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck.
Yes.
Commissioner Draper.
Yes.
And Chair Isaac, I'm guessing you are
I
abstaining.
respectfully abstain.
All right, that is passed 6-0.
Well, thank you all, I think. The next position is vice chair, and I nominate Commissioner Halleck.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Linwall.
I think I'm too new at this, so I'd rather second your nomination.
Commissioner Halleck, if you're not interested, and what I'll say is that too new, I don't think is a problem, because having experience, and even if you don't want to be vice chair next year or chair next year or whatever, having people with experience running the meetings is helpful in non-COVID times, because invariably there'll be times where one or two commissioners will be missing, and those two commissioners could be the chair and vice chair. So if you're interested, don't let new be the reason why you're not going to be running for something.
Well, let me embellish my nomination. I think Commissioner Linwall is very experienced in this area in zoning, and I know her from her experience, and I think it's extensive. And so in terms of what the job entails, and a certain personality, which I believe I am not, that's why I'm nominating her.
In that case, I second your nomination.
Okay.
Shall we move to vote? Ms. Jones, please call the roll for Ms. Lindwall's nomination.
Great. Commissioner Westerberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Chair Isaac,
Yes.
and Commissioner Linwell, I'm assuming you will be abstaining. Right, that passes 6-0.
I guess that means I have to read the rules.
I'll give you fair warning if I can't be at a meeting.
Please, please do so.
All right. So then, let's see. We have a zoning committee. We have 3 committees, and then we have the chairs for those committees. Now, for the zoning, and I don't think we need to be, too formal about these appointments. Scott and Megan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's usually the vice chair that's the vice chair of the commission that's the chair of the zoning committee. Is that accurate?
That is what it has tended to be.
Okay, well, that also will make our life easier in figuring out who's going to be the chair. So, Ms. Lindwall, do you have a objection to being the chair of the zoning committee?
I guess not.
I've only presided over one meeting over like 2 to 3 year period. So
Although we do have something that's been referred to, the micro dwelling units.
it sure was, and you may remember that it had something to do with me doing it as well. So you're welcome. Okay, so yes, Commissioner Linwall, you're good with being the chair of the zoning committee?
Yes.
Okay, great. Who would like to be on the zoning committee?
So you technically have 2 spaces left. So that's typically a 5-person committee.
Okay, great. That's good information to know as well. I wasn't sure about the numbers.
Right, and just to let you know, your rules don't necessarily specify a certain size of the committees.
Okay.
The rules do say that each voting member of the commission shall at minimum serve on 1 committee or act as a liaison to another board. So just think about if that you should be volunteering for one of these.
Okay. All right. So that being said, let's just, commissioners, like pick a committee. So, I'll stay on the zoning committee. Is Commissioner Johnson, where do you want to go?
Is there a greater need for comp plan or rules? Because I'm happy to do either one of those two.
By all means, pick one. I'm not sure that they've met in the 5 years that I've
okay.
I've been on the committee.
Maybe a little information for commissioners in selecting your thought. I think you're correct that neither of them have met recently. The last rules change we handled as a full commission, last meeting. So I don't see that as pressing of a committee. I think the rules are generally in good shape, although certainly they're always open to be updated. We do have hopes and aspirations as a staff to start getting rolling on a new comprehensive plan. The current comprehensive plan was adopted in 2000, and that was essentially an update of the 1986 comprehensive plan. So obviously funding and mandate from above has not come for that, but we do have a hope to establish that committee and start meeting with the first step of establishing a scope for a new comprehensive plan.
And the comp plan, is it accurate in the packet that they meet on Tuesdays at 7:30 in the morning?
I think the committee would have the ability to change a time.
Okay. All right. I'll do comp plan.
Do you need another person on the comp plan? Because I'd volunteer for that.
Okay, that's Johnson and Halleck on the comprehensive plan committee.
I'd like to be on that one too, since that's kind of, since I helped write the 1986 comp plan.
Well, the other thing is I want to just point out that these rumblings from staff about redoing the comprehensive plan, that's going to be probably a few years, probably 18 months at least to get it from start to finish. So having some fresh faces on there is going to be helpful for continuity in getting it done.
How many people do you need on that committee? How many do you want?
You're in Westerberg.
Oh God! All right.
All right. So
can I switch to the rules one off of the zoning?
Wait, you're leaving zoning? All right, Draper's off zoning, going to rules. Draper, then you're chair of the rules committee. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So as it stands right now, oh wait, Hugo, you've been quiet there.
I'll do rules since it seems we only have one person, so I'm happy to do rules.
All right. So right now we have Draper and Hugo on rules, with Draper being the commissioner. We have, the chair. We have Westerberg, Lindwall, and Halleck on the comprehensive plan committee. We don't have a chair for that committee.
You have Johnson.
Right. And I mean, if it's 4 on comp plan committee, okay, and only 2 on rules.
Is there 4 on? Oh, I'm sorry, Johnson. I forgot about you. Yeah. You're on. It's fine. I'll be on the rules committee as well. It's never going to meet. And all right, so that's 3 for the rules committee. We have 4 on the comprehensive plan committee, but we need a chair for it.
Halleck.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, there you go. Halleck's the chair of the comprehensive plan committee.
So right now we've only got 2 on the zoning committee. We need more people.
Yeah. And just one thing to keep in mind, commissioners, is that, like like I said, it's only met once. I know there's one thing coming up, but to the extent more of you come to that committee meeting, it'll make the actual hearing where we talk about it a lot easier, because we will have fully vetted the issue amongst ourselves and gotten the information we need from staff, and it'll be done. I forget what we did. I forget what the other one that I did with.
I've been to one. I think there's two in the
Yeah,
past
there's only
year.
2 of us right now, right?
Municipal use exemption and residential care homes.
Yeah, it was residential care homes. That's what I
Yeah.
went on. And the public also attends.
Draper, you went back on the zoning committee? You seem like you're missing it.
I'm selling it.
Westerberg, what do you think?
You're so good to me.
Hmm?
You're so good to me. All right, I'll
yes.
join you. I'll
Yep.
join you.
All right. All right, great. I think that's fine. I think we're good. Oh, we need liaisons, huh? All right, tell us about liaisons, Scott.
Sure. So the 2 choices, there's the Economic Development Committee that meets pretty regularly on the 4th Wednesday of each month, although that date can move around a little bit here and there. And then there's the Transportation Parking Committee, and there's currently a proposal to dissolve that committee.
Okay.
The Rules Committee of the City Council will be considering that request. It seemed like at the last Transportation Parking Committee meeting, the committee itself was agreeable to being dissolved. So I believe October is when the Rules Committee of the City Council is going to be discussing that. So if there was not someone who wanted to do that, that's probably okay. It's probably going to go away, but the Economic Development Committee is missing a liaison that they could use.
Okay. I wouldn't mind being a liaison to the Economic Development Committee. So unless someone really wants to be on it, I'll give it a go, and I'll let you guys know if it should be someone else. Is that okay? All right, and then transportation and parking. Why don't we just leave it vacant unless we need to put someone in there, and then we'll corner one of you guys into it.
Okay, and then obviously we do still have 2 vacancies on the Plan Commission, so we're hoping to have new appointments to Plan Commissioners, and there would be the ability to assign those individuals to a committee as well at that time.
Perfect. All right. With that, are there any members of the public that would like to make any public comment related to any issue we haven't discussed yet today? All right. Hearing none. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move we adjourn.
All right, Commissioner Lindwall. Is there a second? Is that Draper?
Yes.
All right, Draper second. Megan, are we gonna do roll for this, or can we just say aye?
I think we've been able to do a voice vote on other.
All right, good.
committees.
All right. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Thank you all.